Sportsman, it's Lamont, man. We back. Salute to everybody pulling up today, man. We got a good live for you guys, man. We gonna cook on this topic, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me get everybody in here cooking, man. Like I'm doing, salute to Gnarly Life Gaming. Salute to y'all pulling up, man. Look, as I'm doing right now, what am I doing? I'm going through my share button and I'm sharing the live, man. This is what we always ask you guys to do at the start of the stream. At the start of the stream, before we even get started, before we even know the topic of the show, we want you guys to, there's that share button right there in the bottom lower hand corner. Salute to Jason. Salute to everybody pulling up. If you can tap that share button right there in the lower quadrant of your screen and then add this to your story. One of the things we want y'all to do is, again, we need these lives to get out to the masses, right? When you guys share the live, that's one of the reasons why every time we've been going live for like over the last, like maybe 10 lives, we done went over 30K likes. So we want to keep that going. We're going to keep that up. But, you know, today, we got a topic for you guys that, again, I think this is quite interesting. Again, you know, I try to have a perspective on these things that's wide ranging, right? And I try to have a common sense approach. Salute to King James Clip, man. Salute to y'all pulling up today. This is going to be an open panel show, so I'm going to be bringing some of you guys up to cook on this particular topic right here, but let me just kind of set the foundation for what we're talking about right here. And again, as you guys come in, please make sure before we push, as we push through this intro, right, as I kind of give you guys the foundation of what today's show topic is going to be about, please make sure that you guys are sharing the live, share the live, add it to your story. One of the best ways we get this content out there to the masses, because we got a good topic for you guys today that I think needs to be discussed. And I think it needs to be discussed in the manner that I'm going to be discussing it today. All right. It's a much needed conversation to be had. It's going to stem into a lot of different topics. Obviously, as you guys know, FYF Sports, just because there's one topic on the screen, it does not mean that we're relegated to speaking to that topic. These lives can really go anywhere, to any topic, to any player. So again, always feel free to come up and express your thoughts on any particular thing. But look, today, y'all, before we push through the intro of the show, I want you guys to know this. Like, let's just get to the root of it, right? Jaden Ivey, an NBA player, is claiming he was punished for speaking on his Christian beliefs. And on the surface, that sounds like a simple story about faith and kind of standing on principles. That's kind of what it looked like, right? But as we always do here at FYF Sports, once you sit down, once you kind of slow down all of this, when you look at the timeline, when you look at the context and the consistency of what is being said, it stops being simple real quick. Now, the real questions start coming up. Why? The first thing I said to myself when I looked at this Jaden Ivey situation, and we're going to be breaking all of this down today, was I said, why now after years of being in the league? Why only certain topics while ignoring others that could also be seen as against those same beliefs? And how does it all line up with his role, his performance, and current NBA position, which at the end of the day is a business with standards and expectations? And this right here, this is the bridge where people start to get uncomfortable because they don't want to separate belief from accountability and timing. So today, we're not reacting emotionally. Yeah, as we know in FYF Sports, we're not doing none of this stuff emotionally, man. We have to come with logic. We're breaking it down with logic, consistency, because when you actually apply the same standard across the board, a lot of these narratives don't hold up the way that Jaden Ivey is presenting them. And honestly, you guys, as you see on the screen, that is the same mistake people make when analyzing the game of basketball. Right? When we move off emotion instead of real information, this is why I use Prop GPT. You guys see it right here on the framing of the screen. Prop GPT. Make sure you head over to the Apple Store or the Google Play Store and download it today. It's a very low cost, high effective app that's going to allow you to make the correct picks with your parlays, man. It compares perception versus reality using actual data. And today we're doing the same thing by lining up Jaden Ivey's claims with the facts to see what really makes sense. As we push through this intro, please make sure you guys download Prop GPT. Also, make sure you guys are sharing the live. We got a great show for you guys. We're going to be cooking on a lot of facts, man. And again, you guys, I'm coming from a perspective of, this is from somebody, me. I was in the West Lafayette area when Jaden Ivey came to campus. I know Jaden Ivey, right? I've been in the same gym with this man, right? So to a certain degree, I know who this guy is, right? When he was making his run at Purdue University, the 2 years he was there. Hell of a player. But there's a lot of things right here that kind of worry me about Jaden Ivey. We're going to go ahead and push through this intro. Salute to the guys. Salute to everybody that's pulling up to FYF Sports today. Make sure you guys are sharing the video. We got another good episode for you guys today. Hopefully we can get Go James Kingdom up here to cook as well. And again, this is an open panel show. We can get you guys up here to cook. It's FYF Sports, man. We back for another one.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now, destroying the points, they don't make no sense. No fiction, lying, and nuisance. Everything real, we keep it a buck. What we about, we see the bluff. A Hall of Fame, best, the betters in the game. True the king, and a social, it be on rain. Up on the rocks, number one growing. Dynamite, discussion explosive, no decline. We ain't no ball in NBA, keep the ball rolling. Ain't no poker, we go on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now. Supporters, no fans. LVCM, they talking on rear. Yankee hawk, could be on a rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, it be too funny. Debunking, they say, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan. Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted. Lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring. Whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF Sports, man, we back, man. We already got Herman here. He's saying, shaking my head. Y'all don't even know what I'm about to say. Y'all don't even know my point I'm going to make. Y'all already saying shaking my head. What do you think I'm about to say? If you got it figured out already, if you got the solution, again, this is the same thing that King Speech Row did the other day when he pulled up to my live when I was talking about the greatest chokes of all time. He pulled up for 2 seconds. He ran to his channel talking about FYF is so hypocritical. He now saying that he said he don't believe in chokes, and now they believe in chokes. And again, as I said before, if you don't stick around to listen, these things are much deeper, right? These are much deeper because as I clearly said in that live, right? As I said in that very live, I said, I don't believe in choking. I said, if I use the Zesty Jeffrey definition of choking, this is the list I come out with. But when people come in and they already have these preformed conclusions and they pretend that they know the angles that I'm coming, none of you guys can never predict the angle that I'm coming from. None of you guys have the information that I would have. I know people in West Lafayette. I know people that know Jaden Ivey. You guys don't. There's things that I know about this situation that you guys would never come close to knowing. How do y'all know my conclusion? This is what I mean by did y'all jump to conclusions? Y'all think y'all got it figured out. And this is why when people come on panels, a conversation can never be had. Because y'all got this conclusion. Y'all want to argue before you hear the other person out. I hear this, and I just literally heard that with Score Society when he was trying his best humanly possible to debate with all ball. We call him now airball. Why can you not debate with people like that? Because airball came up on the show with this preformed conclusion. Not really trying to hear the logic out and not really understanding that you really up here just exposing yourself with these horrendous takes. Because before I even give my thoughts on anything, what are we going to do, y'all? We are going to watch a little bit of Jaden Ivey. What's going on with this man? Hold on, let me get this pulled up right here, Raw. Yeah, let me get it pulled up on the screen. All right, let me get this up here. Because I want to know what's going on with this guy. But I'm also going to give you guys the facts. I'm also going to give you guys the truth about this silliness right here. And I'm 100% going to preface this, y'all. We going to start with this right here. I'm going to start right here. It is extremely difficult for me to trust these overly zealous pop out of the Jack in the Box type so-called Christians. Hard for me to trust y'all. Hard for me when you just pop up out a hole in the wall and you singing a whole new song. And not only do you pop out of this box, you pointing fingers and blaming people you don't know, doing all this very silliness to me. But we're gonna break this down, y'all. And again, there's a lot of contradictions to me in this right here. There's a lot of contradictions in this stupidity that he's doing. And the reason why to say this is stupidity. Why do I say this is stupidity? Before I listen to Jaden Ivey's words, we're going to start with this. Jaden Ivey's been in the NBA for 5 years. You've been in the NBA for 5 years. The NBA has been celebrating pride for 5 years. Whether you disagree with it or not, I don't. Y'all have already heard my sentiments and thoughts on the WNBA and how that agenda gets pushed too much and how it's impacting business. 5 years. 5 years you've been in NBA. And remember, and Go James Kingdom knows this. I say this all the time in my takes. I do not like people that go at low-hanging fruit. It doesn't always seem like these people that I call Jack in the Box type Christians who, again, when you're real in the Jack in the Box, all of a sudden they pop their head up out the box but when they pop their head up out the Jack in the Box, what are they doing? They don't talk about Donald Trump dropping every max ether bomb on Iran. They don't talk about Donald Trump literally going to the United States arsenal, just picking out 4,000 ton bombs, basically saying, ooh, let's try this one today on Iran. How about we try this one today on Iran? This one looked like it can blow up a whole city block. Hey, guys, let's go try this one on it. You don't talk about Iran. You don't talk about all the stuff you can talk about in the world that goes against, right, the potential Bible, right? You didn't talk about how the United States ran up into Venezuela, killed like 300 soldiers, and kidnapped the whole president, and then basically told him we taking over that ain't crazy enough for you. Out of all the stuff that you can point out, right? You can sit on your IG and all this. They always go to the lowest hanging fruit. What's the easiest thing when you become this newfound Christian, right? They always go to LGBTQ. Now, again, do I necessarily agree with that? But they always run to the most easiest thing to target, which is the LGBTQ. To me, that's weak. With all the other stuff, you didn't talk about anything. You didn't talk about Gaza, people over there dealing with live persecution. You're not talking about none of this stuff. You didn't talk about North Korea, people still living under a dictatorship. You didn't talk about the wrestler who just got hung for, remember, that's called not having freedom of speech. Did y'all hear about the Olympic wrestler in Iran who came out and spoke against Iran? And they hung him publicly. That is called not having freedom of speech. But they don't talk about that. But you go to the lowest hanging fruit. Oh, let me just, LGBTQ. Let's go talk about them on IG Live. Sorry, man. Sorry, weak. Again, it's a weak move. A lot of stuff that you could target. Why there's a lot of things, but you go to the lowest hanging fruit. Just like we see in these basketball debates. And it gets you absolutely nowhere. And not only just talk about LGBTQ, but now what do? Oh, Steph Curry, he not a real Christian. Steph Curry, LeBron James, he not a real Christian. How do you know? Then he chastised the Catholics. Does he not know that his mom is the head coach of one of the biggest Catholic universities in America at Notre Dame? The Catholics, they not real Christians. How you know? You just figured this out 2 weeks ago. This man just figured this stuff out 2-3 weeks ago. Now he want to tell everybody they doing the Christianity thing all wrong. The Christians got it wrong. LeBron got it wrong. Steph Curry got it wrong. I figured it all out in 6 weeks. The man was running around locker rooms the locker room asking his teammates and reporters, are you a fornicator? This is all off camera. Thank you, Gio. Performative Christians. Just pop out of nowhere and want to point the blame. The Catholics got it wrong. Everybody think they got it figured out. So you didn't somehow learned Hebrew. You didn't learn Greek. You didn't read all the original scrolls. You didn't read all the original manual. You got it all figured out while playing NBA basketball. You did all this in your free time when your knee was injured. You figured all this out. Thank y'all. This is where I say we got to start thinking. But we're going to listen to Jaden Ivey, right? We're going to listen to Jaden Ivey, but we're going to start thinking, we got a couple people in the backstage. I want to bring a couple people up because, I want to hear y'all point of view on this. But again, we're going to play the clip. I want to hear I want to hear what he got to say. Again, it is what it is. Hold on. Let me play the clip first, and then I'm going to bring people up. So I see y'all in the guest box waiting. Let me get through this clip first because we want to get through this clip, right? And then I'm going to break down the facts. Where is this coming from? Maybe he look up to Kyrie. No. Kyrie did not do what he did. This is not comparable to no Kyrie. This is not close to what Kyrie did. Rated G says, let's be honest. There is an agenda, FYF. It's getting lame now. Rated G, low-hanging fruit. We know that there's been an agenda for years. What do you want me to do about it? I know there's been an agenda push. I've done videos talking about the WNBA and the agenda being pushed. We know it. It's low-hanging fruit to just target it. Y'all too scared to talk about Trump's agenda while he blowing up a country with 90 million people? Y'all too scared to talk about all the problems across the world? Y'all too scared? Remember, they were bashing LeBron James. Remember, these same people, when LeBron James came out and talked about police brutality, they was all up in arms. These same people trying to say Jaden Ivey is right, they didn't have LeBron James back for freedom of speech. I was on panels where these same people were agreeing with Laura Ingraham saying LeBron James needs to shut up and dribble. My channel on YouTube got demonetized by Fox News because I did the video on Laura Ingraham. It got demonetized. I could show you guys the notification, right? They said I was bullying Laura Ingraham. These same dudes will run around and tell you LeBron James need to shut up and dribble. Why is he talking about this stuff? So when it comes to the players they don't like or they have an agenda against, they will say the complete opposite. It's a complete joke to me. Let's listen to what Jaden Ivey saying. So again, it's a progression. And I'm not playing the whole thing when he was sitting in his car. This is a full 45-minute clip, right? Then we're going to expand this to when he got cut by the Bulls. And then the final clip is going to be snippets from an interview that he just did on somebody's show on YouTube where he kind of talked about the aftermath of all of this, man. Let's hear Jaden Ivey out, man.
That the world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? They proclaim Pride Month and the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it. They proclaim it on the billboards. They proclaim it in the streets. Unrighteousness. So how is it that one can't speak righteousness? How is it one that how are they to say that man, this man is crazy? Don't we all doesn't even the world make judgments on certain things? So how is it when the gospel is preached that people hate it? That people don't want to hear it, and they think it's strange when some.
I'm gonna let's just tell the truth. People don't hate the gospel. They don't hate it. Here's the problem. I'm gonna give you guys an example. It's a Saturday morning. You done worked 50-hour shifts all week, Monday through Friday. Saturday is your only day off. You sleeping in. At 8 a.m. in the morning, you hear a knock at your door. Who the fuck up? You go to the door, you're taking stuff out your eye, you open your door, it's some Jehovah's Witnesses at 8 in the morning talking about, do you want to go to paradise? Man, if you don't take your ass somewhere, I'm trying to sleep. I've been working 50 hours all week. I was going to the grocery store the other day. I'm just going in the grocery store. It's a lady just standing out there yelling at people. Don't go to hell. Y'all do realize that sometimes y'all presentation is absolutely garbage. The presentation, the way y'all package it up and try to give the people, I'm talking about these will package some shit up, throw it at you and get mad because you don't. Look at how this idiot is giving it to people. Look at when the Jehovah's Witnesses knock on your door, 7 in the morning. You want this watchtower track? Hell no, man. I'm sleeping. I didn't work 355 hours this week. Why can't they never come? Again, they always package it up and throw it at you at the most untimely times. Like people don't got stuff going on in their day-to-day life. You driving in traffic, rush hour traffic. You see people standing on the corner with signs yelling at you. How are we supposed to accept that? I got a speed camera up here watching me. I got a cop next to me making sure I'm not on my phone. I got y'all yelling at me on the corner, man. What y'all timeliness, y'all presentation needs to go in the garbage can. This is why. So when he say right here, People hate when you give them the word. We hate when y'all idiots try to force it on us at the wrong time. Most normal people, no, they ain't finna ban me. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, everybody knows I'm right. When they try to force it on you, and remember, people have lives, man. There is a time and a place for everything. I'm telling y'all facts, but I hate when people try to pretend that people don't like the word. Man, what are you talking about? Quit lying. Why everybody try to make themselves victims? And we dealt with that here on YouTube. Everybody be running around trying to make themselves a victim. Every time I preach the word, we get beat up. You would think every time you pull out the King James Bible, the whole gangster disciple gang that came out and jumped you and drug you down an alley or somewhere. Oh, stop it, man. Stop it.
No one preaches the gospel, the true gospel. God did not make a man to be with a man. How God did not make a girl to be with a girl. God made a man for the purpose of procreation, to have another child. How can a woman bear a child with a woman? How?
I'm not Dark Dave. I'm not on no Jesse Jackson stuff. I'm just calling out stupidity, right? This man is sitting up here crying about Pride Month. Remember, Pride Month is 1 month that the NBA celebrates. 20 out of all 12 months, 24/7, all 12 months of the year, the NBA promotes gambling. The NBA promotes betting sites. It promotes gambling. It does all that. How come he didn't come out and talk about FanDuel? How come he didn't come out and talk about the NBA's partnership with DraftKings? That is 24/7. They run to the low-hanging fruit because he knows if he goes on and talk about DraftKings, ain't nobody care. I want y'all to understand. Remember, we talking about Jaden Ivey. This is a very intelligent guy. Do not be fooled. So again, I think this is selective and targeted, what he's doing. Nobody's finna jump on my back. I'm just telling all facts on this one. Because again, Herm, the things that he's saying, per se, I don't 1000% disagree with him. When y'all say that there's an agenda being pushed to a certain degree, I don't disagree with it to a certain degree. But I want y'all to look at how he's trying to package this and what he's ultimately trying to do. I'm just going to expose it all. Because again, there are a million things that the NBA has tied into that don't necessarily align with all the principles of the Bible, but he chose this one. He didn't talk about DraftKings, which is more tied into the NBA for billions of dollars than anything. He didn't talk about the gambling, none of this stuff. He didn't talk about the culture, right? Or the womanizing, all this. He didn't talk about none of that. He's targeting something randomly out the blue because it's the most low-hanging fruit, right? It's the most low-hanging fruit thing to target. And I think this was intentional. Hold on, we're gonna keep playing it.
Unless they go to the doctor and it can't happen physically. They have the same body part. They can't.
Bro, he think we dumb, y'all. Duh. We don't. Did we need him to come on the live stream and explain this to us, y'all? Is he saying anything that thought provoking? Duh. Hey, Johnny, you got a little kid. Hey, Johnny, do y'all realize that Johnny's going to have a very similar conversation with his son pretty soon in a couple years? You ain't saying nothing that is that thought provoking. This ain't nothing special. That's why I say it's low hanging fruit. It was like the Score Society conversation with Airball. He went up there and was like, Airball came up there and said the Golden State Warriors was a super team. We know. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
Cannot, bro, they cannot bear children unless they get something done. Right? So God didn't make that to be God didn't make a woman for a woman. No, he made a woman for the man. That's exactly what God made. He made things good. He made the trees. He made the sun.
He made the trees. He made the sun. Y'all hear this, man? It'd be people really, look, it'd be people really on there be like, these fools be on there like Jaden cooking. Oh, man, come on, man.
If the sun was ever closer, we would burn. But he made it in the proper place so that we get the proper light in the day. He made the grass. He gave us water to drink. If we didn't have water to drink, we would be dehydrated.
God is faithful. And Jesus bless you all.
They said my conduct is detrimental to the team, right? Why didn't they just say we don't agree with his stance on LGBTQ? Why didn't they say that? But how is it conduct detrimental to the team? What did I do to the team? What did I do to the players?
This is what I mean, y'all. When I coined the statement, "We not dumb," this is what I mean. Bringing unnecessary attention to a corporate organization can be deemed as conduct detrimental. There's a lot of things that fall under conduct detrimental. It's a very vague rule for a reason. So a team can literally use anything that don't look right to them to get you up out of there. Why is Jaden Ivey, who's been in the league 5 years, acting like he dumb all of a sudden? This dude went to Purdue University for 2 years. You know how educated you got to be to go to Purdue University? You don't just get accepted to Purdue University. This man is talking about he don't understand what conduct detrimental to the team is. This has nothing to do with his statement in and of itself. It's about the attention that the statement brought to the organization, because you know what happens now, y'all? This is one of the reasons why teams like this don't like it. Because now the coach and other players have to get asked about what you said. We not trying to address that. Again, like I said before, forcing a conversation on people that ain't trying to have it. There's a time and a place for everything. Because I know, I don't care how godly y'all are. Everybody's in here is cried about somebody knocking at your door, offering you a watchtower at the wrong time in the morning. How come you didn't wake your ass up and accept the message? Dark Gable, I don't know where he was parked, Dark Gable. I don't know what he was doing. Julio Duval. We're going to get to that later, because I just found out that's a whole lie. We're going to keep listening to it.
I did nothing but practice with them, play with them, pass the ball to them, good teammate to them. Said good job, good shot. I said, good job, good pass, way to play, bro. Right? I said these things to my teammates. Was never detrimental to them. So why is it that the NBA and the Chicago Bulls say that I'm detrimental to the team? How? Because I believe in the truth? Because I know Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life? How? How is my conduct detrimental to the team? Because of what I believe.
Do y'all really think if he went on a live stream and said Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, he would have got waived? That does not bring unnecessary negative attention to you. Steph Curry literally has biblical scriptures on his shoot. We saw how Tim Tebow was embraced, and he was all into it. It's your presentation. And if Jaden Ivey would have chose to use his platform in a much more productive way as opposed to attacking the most low-hanging fruit thing that he could find, he wouldn't be in this situation. I have seen zero players get waived for talking about the Bible. I've seen a plethora of people get into trouble when they start forcing it on other people. No, Tim Tebow was started to be considered a distraction after he started throwing a whole bunch of interceptions. That's what happened. See, y'all got to see through the BS. A team will use anything to get you up out of there. Tim Tebow, I guarantee you, if Tim Tebow had threw 45 touchdowns and 1 interception, I guarantee you nobody would have said nothing about him nil. No, Kaepernick, y'all be forgetting, we'll talk about it later. I want to push through this right here.
Because of what the truth is. This is not about me. This is about the kingdom of God. This is about the truth of the Bible. Because I spoke what the truth is. Because I called these things out. Because that's what it is. The word of God will be preached to all nations, and then the end will come. That's what's going to happen. My conduct is not detrimental to the team. That is a lie. That is a lie. How is my conduct detrimental to the team? But like I said, I have nothing to prove. I have nothing to prove. God gave me gifts to play basketball. God gave me gifts. I can play basketball. I'll still be able to play. Lord willing, he gives me an opportunity to play again.
Why does he want to play? Why do you want to go back to this league? According to him, this league is full of sin. It's full of business connections to all this stuff. Why do you want to go back? I can give Jaden Ivey an invite. Enroll here at Grand Canyon University. You can join my club team. I won't waive you for saying what you need to say. Come on, join my club team. If it's just about you want to play basketball, re-enroll. You got 2 more years. You got 2 years to graduate. Enroll at Grand Canyon University. I will accept you onto the Grand Canyon University men's club basketball team, and I promise you ain't getting waived. We can go get buckets, and I'm going to make sure you have a platform to say what you need to say. We're going to find out if it's really about basketball. If it's really about basketball, come on over here and play on my team. We got a national tournament coming up. We could definitely use your services, and do not feel, I promise y'all, he's lying right now. Because he's not going to go play for free. He's not going to play for pennies on the dollar. He's not going to go over to Ethiopia. He's not going to go over to South Sudan and play in some ragtag league. YB, you said the key word. GCU is not offering NBA money. You said the key word. We're going to connect this all back to money here in a second. We're going to connect it all back to money here in a second.
And that's fine. If he don't, that's fine. I'm going to glorify him. But what I've done, like I have nothing to prove. The NBA was what it was. But you see, before I came to the Lord Jesus Christ, the NBA was everything to me. I didn't know God. I didn't know Jesus when I came to the NBA. I was a fornicator. I was a pornography addict. And I used to get drunk. That's all I knew. And after a win, I felt good. After all those points, I felt good. I felt good. I felt like I had everything set out for me. Right? But as soon as that shut down for me, as soon as I didn't start, that's when God was humbling me. And he said, he sat me down for a reason. What good is it driving the store with the Ferrari You only get to drive that Ferrari for the time being. You're not gonna sit and drive a Ferrari for 10 hours. When has anyone driven a Ferrari for 10 hours? No one. But still, like, what good is it gonna do for you on Judgment Day if you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ and you don't obey His commandments? It's not gonna do no good. It's not gonna do no good doing your will, trying to win championships, and you not doing the will of God. That's where many stumble. That's where many don't know the real Jesus. That's why you got Steph Curry and he not even surrendered, and y'all believe he's a Christian.
How he know this? Where you get this information from? This is the part that starts bothering me right here, y'all. Look at Steph Curry. He not even. That's why I want that clip where that dude crashing out on the interview host. I should play that soundbite, man, with the dude crashing out. How do you know some shit you ain't never seen? Nick, that's what I need, that clip right now. How you know? These dudes be saying anything, and they be throwing everybody into their madness, man. That's what I'm saying, Atlas. Let me tell you about God, though. What is you talking about, man? What does Steph got to do with your madness right now? Steph does nothing to no one. Hoops. We look at his lifestyle. He has a wife. He has kids. He's doing everything the right way. He gets in no trouble. But yeah, you want to target Steph.
Y'all believe he's a Christian because he wrote Philippians 4:13. Y'all think he's a Christian. But he cursing just like the world.
We are now almost ready to go, so please take your seats, fasten your seatbelt.
Friendship with the world is enmity with God. He's friendship with the world. He don't know Jesus. And I pray he comes to the truth. That him and his family will be saved. And
this man just figured this stuff out 6 weeks ago. He talking about Steph Curry don't know Jesus. The man just figured this out 6 weeks ago. And now he's saying Steph Curry. This is what I don't like about it right here. What is he preaching? How is this facts? When people be running around saying he's spitting the truth, how is this facts? Targeting somebody who ain't never said or did nothing to you. Talking about he cussed on the basketball court. Hold on, y'all. Let me start playing this real quick.
Jesus' name. Because all that stuff is not going to matter on Judgment Day. All them rings he got. All them rings LeBron got. All them rings Michael Jordan got. All them people in the Hall of Fame who don't know Jesus Christ. No. I'm all good. Thank you, bro. It's not gonna matter on Judgment Day if you don't know Jesus and your name's not written in the book of life. And they gonna try to stop me, but I'm not. I'm gonna keep speaking the truth. That's why everybody around me turning their back on me, right? Because of my faith in Him, in the Son of God. That's why I didn't get myself waived. I was in the gym today. I was rehabbing. I was lifting, doing what was required of me in my job, doing what was required of me, doing whatever they said to do, doing whatever was required of me. I could have quit on my own self, but they kicked me out. And I'm sure every NBA team gonna say the same thing. We don't want him. We don't want him. He's too religious. He's too religious for us.
To make it known who's their God, who they proclaim.
And also, y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to something. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. And I'm going to rewind this back a little bit as well. Now, if you know, you know. Me and A. Johnny, we had a conversation about this on the last live stream. He got some mannerisms going on that are leading me to believe he might be on something. I'm gonna make this bigger. And this is not a joke right here. Watch.
Who's their God? Who they proclaim. In terms of like LGBTQ, right? I'm not against the man or the woman. I'm against what is contrary to the word of God. Man is not supposed to lie with a man, and a woman is not supposed to lie with a woman, right? And so, as a Christian, we are supposed to stand for righteousness, the truth of the Bible, right? The word of God, right? I was born from my mother and my father, my dad.
You see once again, y'all, how he's hyper focused on this LGBTQ element. The last time I checked, y'all, you pick up the Bible, it's a lot more in that book than talking about LGBTQ. It talks about greed, which is connected to gambling. It talks about a whole bunch of other stuff. Why are they so focused on this one low-hanging fruit? It's the easiest thing to target. Even though we all, right? A lot of us, and we've talked about it at length, we all have a certain disdain for it. We understand that certain agendas are pushed, but you know what we don't do? We don't sit around and just keep throwing stones at it and then trying to make ourselves seem holier than thou because we can look down and talk about that all the time. Why are you so hyper-focused on that? Like I said, these fools, this fool, do y'all know what's happening in the world right now? I told y'all, Donald Trump is literally walking into the United States arsenal, basically saying, I like this bomb. Let's try this one out today. What is that one going to do when we drop it on Iran? Is it going to make a crater or is it going to create a new riverbed or something? Is this one going to blow up 65 neighborhoods? Or does the residue from this one make people have lifelong? We ain't talking about that. The stuff that's really impacting us, the stuff that we see. Remember, y'all, these are the same people because he proclaims he's a victim. He just tried to condemn LeBron as a fake Christian. He didn't stand up for LeBron because LeBron was vilified for doing what he was doing. When LeBron used his freedom of speech, when Kyrie Irving used his freedom of speech, where was Jaden Ivey to speak up about it then? The same people that are on his side now were the same people telling LeBron James to shut up and dribble. And none of them said nothing. This is why I don't respect none of it. It's all fake because it ultimately comes down to who you like. It don't have nothing to do with this so-called message that he's trying to push.
Had intercourse with my mother, and that bore me. That's exactly how it was from the beginning, right? And so the media has a whole day, a whole event, and they portray it. They put it on Disney Channel. They put it on all these where a lot of children watch, and God is not pleased. God is not pleased with this. How they're indoctrinating these children to not live the life that God has for them.
Amen, brother.
And so as far as the media goes, they're gonna. They're putting these things out there, right? They're making it known what they stand for and what they believe and what they feel is right. So for me as a Christian, as a born again Christian who believes in Jesus Christ, right? I can proclaim the truth, what the Word of God says, and I can do that with freedom. I have a mouth to speak. No one can stop me.
That's right.
Who is to stop me? Right? That's the devil. The devil wants me to stop from speaking the truth.
Why does he keep saying somebody stopped him? Did nobody stop him? He said it in his car. He said it after he got waived. He's saying it now. Who's stopping him? This man got 10, 15, $20 million in the bank. Who's stopping him from starting a podcast up tomorrow, promoting the hell out of it to get 2 million followers in one day? Who's stopping this man? Why they gotta lie to us? If an NBA player starts a podcast like Jaden Ivey tomorrow, he gonna have 1 million followers just like that. Everybody listening. Who's stopping this man? This is called victim mentality 101. How are you a victim when you got 15, $20 million in the bank and you can do whatever you want right now in your life? Stop crying. He's up here crying. That's why the people in his own chat was saying, bro, you sitting in a Ferrari crying to us. You sitting in a Ferrari crying to us. What? We supposed to feel sorry for you? Talking about you getting silenced. I'm going to tell y'all a story. Do y'all know? I'm going to tell y'all the story about how powerful NBA player, right? Who has his own platform, right? Y'all remember, right? When Gil did the South Sudan thing, right? And Gil was getting a lot of backlash for the South Sudan thing, right? A lot of people remember that. Gil was getting a ton of backlash. I'm the one that edited the clip that went viral. And I'm thinking I screwed up because I'm seeing all these people crying and whining. I'm like, damn, Gil, what's going on? What we do? I want y'all to remember, Gil owns his own platform. I said, I even asked Gil, I was like, damn, Gil, should we put out like an apology letter on the community wall? Gil said, hell no. He said, let's drop another video. Because he owns his own platform. He ain't working for nobody. He can say what he want to say. He can piss off who he want to piss off. Y'all running around getting mad. He said, we going to drop another one. That's how I know Jaden Ivey is all fake and facts. Fake. He's just one of the biggest phonies right here. You're not silenced. Bro, you got $20 million in the bank. You can set up a podcast and preach every single day, 24 hours a day. And because you're an NBA player, you're going to have more followers than all of us. Quit crying. This is what I mean, y'all. We live in a world full of professional victims. When I call people professional victims, this is why you can't respect somebody like Jaden Ivey right now. This is a professional victim because he's crying. He's not doing nothing about any of the problems that he sees. He's on here crying. Hey, Johnny be talking to y'all all the time. Quit crying. We supposed to feel sorry for sitting in a Ferrari crying. The Chicago Bulls just came out and said, yeah, you getting paid all the money of your contract, but you crying.
Man,
That's
brother.
what the devil would do. I want to make a point too. And this is just an example, right? So Anthony, I just saw a video. Anthony Edwards had said some derogatory thing to some male doing he had I don't even think it was initially like I can't remember vividly what the situation was, but he called somebody a derogatory word, right? He called them the F word, but like
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So he was like portraying that person was gay, basically, right? Mm-hmm. And so I believe the NBA fined him for it, right? But he said those things, right? And they fined him for it. And so how is it that he said something detrimental and basically hypocritical judgment because he's not a Christian?
It's derogatory. Right. It's like a slur almost for homosexuals. That,
right.
That if you use that word against them, they're going to be offended by it. Right.
He got fined. He didn't get kicked out the league. He didn't get waived. Right. But it's because he's the best player on their team. Right. They need him. Right. The Timberwolves need him to be on the.
He's stupid, man, y'all. He's dumb. Remember what I said. If it don't get traction, and if it don't cause enough of a stir, nobody's going to care about it. Yes, man, indeed. Again, this is business too. The more valuable you are to a corporate organization, the more you can get away with. We all seen it in high school, right? Because everybody can relate to this. Why was the best player on the football team allowed to have all Fs and still play? Because he's the best player on the football team. Everywhere we go, from business to school to everywhere we go, we see this level of favoritism. He's pretending now. Now he's going to have to sit here and pretend that Cade Cunningham, while he was with the Pistons, wasn't getting preferential treatment over other players. You think the 15th man on the roster is going to get treated like the first option? Now we just got to play dumb all of a sudden. Now we got to act like the world ain't been operating like this ever since we've been alive. He acting like this stuff just started happening yesterday. Come on, man.
Team, because he's the best player. He makes them money. Right? Well, I'm injured. I'm injured and I'm speaking the truth. And they don't want to hear it, but they let things slide and they fined Anthony Edwards for a situation like that, but they didn't waive him.
Yeah. Sound like a pirate shit to me, brother. That's for sure.
I think allegedly too. He had, I don't know if this is, for sure, but isn't he the same NBA player that had got he like coerced his girlfriend or something to get an abortion or something like that? I don't know if y'all saw that.
About that. I don't know anything about that.
I mean, there's always things on the internet, and those things are true. What they're putting on the internet, why would they just put that out there?
He said there's always things on the internet, and things on the internet are true. Y'all heard what he just said, right?
For no reason. But people don't like understand, like it's all money involved into that. That's why that's why he's still playing. That's why they're not gonna waive him. He's making the Timberwolves money. Everyone goes to pay to watch Anthony Edwards. Yeah. If they didn't have Anthony Edwards, no one would watch the Timberwolves. Yeah, if a team called me tomorrow, I'd be able to play pickup. I'd be able to play 5-on-5. I'd be able to go to the hoop, get buckets, to play basketball. I would if they called me, and I actually, so I'm rehabbing my leg, but you see, I had to just with the soreness that I had, God was still able, like he was literally giving me the ability still to play, even though I had soreness in my left knee. That's what initially, that's where people noticed that, and they said, hey, something's wrong with his knee, like, and he doesn't look the same, right? They were thinking these things, the Bulls. They were like, something's wrong with his knee. Like, he's not playing the same. But if you watch with the Pistons, I was playing the same way the whole year. I wasn't starting. The Pistons already have who they have. Asar Thompson, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren. They have their core. Yeah. It's already set in stone. I already knew that as I'm playing. I already knew that. I already knew what God was doing. but like he was giving me the revelation of it. Like it was revealing before my eyes as I was playing. Like they have their core. They have what they need. I'm not in my will anymore. I'm serving the Lord Jesus Christ. So God, like, you know, he was revealing these things to me as I was with the Pistons, right? Like things are changing. Like I wasn't the same player that I was prior. So I mean I was playing the same way with Detroit, and when I came to Chicago, I had, you know, we all deal with soreness as athletes, but it wasn't anything that was like limiting me. Like I was still able to produce, I was still able to get to the cup, I was still able to shoot, right? I was making the right reads within the system. Like it was just the perfect place where God placed me to play. And so they found that out. I've been rehabbing. I rehabbed for like 2 weeks. They had said, they gave me an appointed time to return, right? They said, we're gonna try and get your leg. It could take, you know, the whole summer to get your leg right. And they said, but we're gonna take these 2 weeks to rehab, do the proper strengthening. I said, okay, let's do it. This is the next step. So I did it. So I was going to that date, and then they said, you know, we want to push it back. We want to push it. We want to, you know, keep rehabbing. And so I was rehabbing, and I felt good. I did 2 practice days with the team, did really well. And the second day of the practice, I banged my knee. I hit somebody who was going for I hit Lenny, and I grabbed the ball, right, and banged my knee, right. No swelling after. No swelling in the moment. I was still able to finish the practice. I felt good. No swelling. I get my hair done that night, and I'm sitting in the chair getting a retwist.
Bro, this dude talks like a zesty Jeffrey, man. He don't get to his point, man. God damn, just tell us what happened, man. God damn.
And my knee is swollen. My knee is like this. And so yeah, I called the trainer. I called Eric, and I'm like, I was getting ready to play. I called my agents and I said, I'm ready to play. And it wasn't swollen before I got to the hair salon, but the swelling just popped up as I'm sitting in the chair. And so I called Eric. I'm like, Eric, my knee is swollen. So then he says, okay, we'll schedule MRI, get things checked out, okay? And so they talk to the doctor, and he's like, yeah, let's see in 10 days. Let's see in 10 days if the swelling goes down, we'll re-examine. We'll re-examine, right? They never scheduled. They never said the season was over with. They never told me that, right? So then I get and 2 days prior to what he said, the doctor, Jesus heals my knee. My knee is not swollen anymore. And I called Eric and I said, Eric, I'm ready. Like Jesus healed my knee. I go to the gas station because I'm driving back to see my wife. I'm driving back to work to Chicago. I'm pouring into my wife and to my family, my loved ones, and I drive to go to Chicago. And I'm just crying out to the Lord, and I just, for some reason, pulled my pant leg up, and you know, there was no swelling in my knee. So then I called Eric. I said, Eric, like the Lord just healed me. The Lord just healed me. I can play. Like I'll fly to Philly down there. They said, okay, well, we want to, you know, check the MRI. We want to see what's going on. Okay, and so I tell them, and then I go to the gas station. I start running, jumping. I feel good. I'm like, okay, I can go play. And then fast forward, we do the MRI. Then they shut my season down. And I told them, they looked at it. It was no swelling. Right in front of their faces, there was no swelling. God healed my knee. And I said I was ready to play, and I was willing. And they're losing anyways. They're not making the playoffs. So what does it matter?
Right.
What is it? What is
So my question is, if the Bulls are losing anyway and none of it matters, the team is willing to allow you to rehab the entire summer. Why don't you use all this free time to pour into your message? Why don't you use this free time to go start a podcast and push into your message? He's begging the team to play. He's talking about he pulled up his pants leg at the gas station. His knee was healed by the Lord. He started jumping up and down at the gas station. He's healed. He calls his agent. I can play. We got to do an MRI. They do an MRI, but they choose to shut you down because we all know that it is no secret that the Chicago Bulls are actively tanking. There is no secret there. They're actively tanking, just like the Utah Jazz, who shut down Jaren Jackson, who shut down Lauri Markkanen. These guys are actively tanking. It's no secret. But so think about this, y'all. Why? Because, again, he's not stupid. He was on the Pistons when they were tanking. He knows what a tank looks like. You're injured. They just said, we want you to allow your leg to heal through the summer because they want to tank. But why does he want to play so bad? He wants to play so bad because he knows I'm on a contract year. I need to do all I possibly can to pad my numbers and pad my stats so I can get the most money possible going into next season. I get that. But the Bulls are now making a decision. But you cannot connect the Bulls' decision to sit you with the Bulls being against God's will. So think about this, y'all. Now he's talking about the Chicago Bulls before they waived them. And he's already alluding to the Bulls going against God's will because they choosing to not play him because of his knee injury, because they want to complete the tank job to push for one of these great draft picks. And as we know, this is probably one of the best drafts in NBA history coming up, potentially. And the Bulls want to be a part of it in that lottery. So look at the timeline. Remember I said, remember the timeline. This is before he was waived, y'all. So he's already mad at the Chicago Bulls because they're not playing him. I'm going to play the rest of this, y'all. It's only a minute left, y'all, and then I'm going to bring everybody else to cook.
does it matter? Y'all not playing for nothing. But I said I'm willing to play.
Yeah.
But it's because they want me to be the old J.I. They want me to go back to be the J.I. that was explosive and all these things. Not that God can't do those things. Not that I'm not explosive now as a born-again Christian. Not that I can't be, I can explode and jump off and do certain things. I can do other things besides dunking. I can shoot. I can be skilled. I can get to the cup. I can use my speed. I can do other things, right? There's people that regress in their talents all the time. They regress. They were athletic at one point, and then they just get older and they regress in their talent. So why is it that I couldn't play? Why is it that they told me you can't play? Why is it that they shut my season down? And I said I didn't want to. It's because they want these things to they want to align it how they want to align it. But I told them I'm willing to play, and I didn't agree. And I said the Lord healed me, and so then that's that. And you know I said what I said. I spoke the truth, and then they waived me.
So if we look at the timeline, y'all, and let me add an image, y'all, and I'm about to bring y'all up. Let me add this image in right here. So he said he's putting the Bulls in some type of weird negative light because they didn't want to play him. Similar to what the Washington Wizards are doing with Trae Young and Anthony Davis, who I'm pretty much 1,000% sure that both those guys could play right now, but they're sitting them for the rest of the year because they're just tanking for next year. But he's mad that the Bulls will not let him play in a season where they're just trying to tank the rest of the year. There's only like 12 days left in the season. What value is it? What value are you going to give anybody playing right now? How do you not see that long-term picture? You guys, he does not want to be a Chicago Bull. In one sentence, this man was saying, God placed me on the Bulls. So God placed you on the Bulls to get waived? First, he just y'all hear what he just said before. He says, God placed me on the Bulls. But then now God placed you on the Bulls to get cut? No. You got traded to the Bulls because you were injured. You got waived because you were disgruntled with the team for not playing you. So you took to social media, targeted a community that you knew would piss off the team, and in my belief, intentionally got waived. Not knowing that the backlash would be this significant and you could potentially be out of the NBA, now you are trying to do cleanup behind it. Because as he said, I still want to play in the league. I don't know why these people be thinking we just stupid or something. And then he furthermore went to say, right, to obviously sound like a victim, right? He further on went on to say, because of this, right? What did he say, y'all? He said, and obviously I didn't play that clip, but he said, because of this, he said, my wife stopped talking to me. He said, my wife not answering any of my phone calls. That's what he said. Hey, y'all, the man's wife immediately went to social media and dropped all the text messages and DMs. Here's some of them right here. The man's wife went on social media and said, I don't know what this fool is talking about. On the same morning that he said that, she's like, we've been talking all morning. She said, I've been talking to this fool every day, all day since this stuff is happening. She started dropping text messages and DMs of all the conversations. But this man, he came on, he kept talking about godliness and the Bible. His wife already exposed him for just being an absolute liar. Already exposed him. Dropped all the text messages and DMs from like literally minutes before the interview started. Text messages, DMs on IG. This lady been reaching out to this man in about 5 different ways trying to have conversations. But then you lie to us that quick. How are we supposed to believe you about this other stuff? This man just lied about his wife to the nation. She had to drop DMs because she was getting death threats. Y'all go look at her page, y'all. This is easy to find. TMZ already posted it. Now he getting slammed for lying on his wife. I don't know what's wrong with this dude, man. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. I don't know. Again, as I bring y'all up, man, I always tell y'all, be wary of people that take this stuff to the extreme, man. I call them jack of the box Christians, man. They just was cranking that box, and then one day they pop up out the goddamn box, and all of a sudden they preaching to the world, man. Be wary of these people. You cannot be a Christian for 3 weeks talking about Steph Curry ain't a real Christian. You can't be a Christian for 6 weeks talking about LeBron James ain't a real Christian. You can't be a Christian for 6 weeks talking about the whole Catholic faith is fake. And your mom, coach at Notre Dame, she about to get fired next because of your silly conduct detrimental. They don't play about that. Salute to Olo up here, man. I'm going to go ahead. We got people in the backstage. If y'all want to come pull up, man, y'all let me know. We got Herm coming up here, man. I think this dude is an absolute bona fide nutcase right here.
There was some.
All right, hold on. Herm's on mute, y'all. So you look, y'all, if y'all want to come up here and cook on this, man, these dudes, I keep telling y'all, man, these dudes, thank you, DFJ Hoops. We are not dumb, man. But again, They need y'all to be stupid to believe stories like this, what he was saying. I've done this for a long time, y'all. I'm ultra wary of people that try to be ultra victims, man. If you try to play ultra victim mode, that makes me investigate it further, man. I hate the ultra victims, man. Like, remember y'all remember the Deshaun Watson case? All these women coming up there, I'm talking about super, super ultra victims. I had to do a deep dive into this. I said, hold on, this don't seem right. And then when you do a deep dive, you start to find out that these women, one lady, her own son basically called her out for lying. Man, quit making this stuff up on Deshaun Watson, man. You told me to lie so get some extra money. It is bad, man. What's good, y'all?
What up, Lamont?
What up, man?
Look, it's two ways to look at this situation, right? And if y'all have a good chance for the religion point of view, Mace made a good point. I think it's a good listen if you've seen the clip. He was like, he found God, he was a pastor. He said sometime when these people first get turned over, they try to be super over religious and they force on people. And he even said you cannot be hateful if you're trying to do something on the word of God, point blank, period. He said usually people get converse over, and he clearly exposed himself by saying, 6 weeks ago, now all of a sudden he just this super Christian trying to force and everybody doing wrong. But you can't just attack one point. If you saying the NBA is sinful for the LGBTQ, you got to say the same thing about the gambling. You got to say the same thing about anything else that has going on with the league. But then in the same verse, you can't say I still want to be a part of this league. So then now you're contradicting yourself. That makes yourself look bad. Then now let's go from the money point of view. The whole point is why you're trying to play is because you want a contract extension. And you also know the Bulls are not trying to win. And Jaden Ivey point, you make yourself look crazy. And even physical standpoint, anybody understand this, with a basic injury, you ever get something swollen, your swelling could go down, but it could flare easily right back up. So for you to say, making yourself look crazy, say, oh my God, God just miraculously healed me, now my knee back swollen again, I don't know what happened. Maybe that's just normally happened to your body, brother. That's just normally human body.
That's like you said, that's just how swelling works. You jam your finger, it's going to be swole, the swelling going to go down, but I promise you, if you do anything wrong to that finger, that thing going to flare right back up, like you said.
Right back up. Yeah, and then that's how and then the last point, and I'm saying I ain't going to go back, drag a long point. You cannot, let's just say anything, you cannot attack a community that is paying you. So let's say a perfect example, right? Lamont, you start a business. FYF network, and you start putting people on. And my whole show, I'm slandering people who coaches or who ain't coaches in the league. And the person who's my boss is a coach. And I'm just, if you ain't no coach in the league, you trash club coaches. I don't like none of y'all. Imagine the club coach is my boss. So what do you think will happen if you go slander your boss or a direct community that your boss is a part of? Newsflash, you're going to get fired. So what you think was going to happen? So I just think. Even if some of the stuff that he's saying could be true, but you could tell by his action, his mannerism, and the things he's saying to contradict himself is not true. It was bad. That's my take on it.
I agree. And we got Tyson in the chat. He says, y'all questioning God's miracles, crazy word. Tyson, this is a miracle. And hold on, somebody got noise. I'm going to give you guys a miracle. A miracle is your leg get chopped off at the construction yard and you wake up in the morning and your leg grew back. That's a miracle. A miracle is not spraining your ankle and you wake up in the morning and the swelling go down. That's not a miracle. Again, this is what I mean. This man trying to convince us that he woke up one day talking about the swelling in my knee went down and I'm healed. Bro, that's not a miracle, bro. That's normal. That's just called being a human being. If we amputate your leg and you wake up in the morning and you got a fully grown leg, well, now we can have a conversation about miracles. If you ain't doing nothing spectacular like that, man, don't come to me with this silliness, man.
And then also Tyson talking about some questioning God miracles is crazy work. Using God name in vain to spare hatred is really crazy work. And that's actually something that you don't supposed to do if he's supposed to be as religious as he's supposed to be.
But I think it's deeper than that. What everybody talking about though.
Okay, what you think?
He been in trouble for a long time, Lamont. I assume that you know some of his background.
Oh, he doesn't.
You know, he went.
I do know. He
So
hasn't. That's a
he
lie.
never been sexually abused.
Again, if he has, I don't know.
So what I'm saying is he made it known last year on the Sports Spectrum on the little podcast show about what he went through as a child, that he really don't know what love is because he was, you know what I'm saying, sexually abused as a child. And a lot of people that go through that type of thing as a child, mentally, they really don't come back from that. They try to find somewhere to fit in, and I think that's what that nigga, he trying to find a way to fit in something. He discovers something, he's motivated by it, and he's speaking a lot of things that he's not aware of, that he still don't have a lot of knowledge of, but he's speaking about it. That's where I think he really coming from. I don't think that man trying to put on the show. I don't think he's because he's trying to get out of the country. I think that kid just been troubled. I think that he's been going crazy for a while. The man even talked about killing himself just last year. Like he went through certain episodes. He was talking about
use unalive.
Yeah, use unalive.
Okay. My bad. I didn't mean no harm by that. But you know, he was going through some things mentally. So if you come from that, if you have been abused as a child for a long time in your life, going through that trauma as a child, mentally you're not gonna be kind of good. Some people recover, but most people don't. Most people don't, man. So I think it's a little deeper than that. I think he on some type of substance. I don't know what it is, but I think he's trying to cope with a lot of things he's been through, and he just letting it out in the wrong way. That's just my opinion.
And all I'm saying, Herm, is when you're a grown adult, letting things out in the wrong way can have repercussions. I don't care what your trouble is. You can be going through all the troubles in the world. If I walk out the door and I run my car into somebody and take them off this earth, well, as many problems as I might have is not going to stop that judge from giving me 30, 40 years in prison. At the end of the day, repercussions come with things. Again, you can have issues. There's ways to rectify it. But when you come out publicly and you do things, you cannot use your problems as an excuse to justify your behavior. Again, what he did was, like I said, like I'm saying is, and I think it's targeted, like I'm saying right here, Herm, the biggest thing that's going on in the world right now today, which if he would have targeted this, I would have had no problem. Donald Trump, like I said, has a arsenal of weapons that he is literally walking in talking about, I want to try this new missile today. Let's see what it do on Iran. And blowing stuff up over there in a country with 90 million people, and we over here don't care about it. Now, you might have your issues with the Muslims and all that, but you cool with that? You're not going to talk about that? That's the biggest issue going on right now in the world. But he want to talk. Remember, he's bringing more light to Pride Month. I didn't even know it was Pride Month until he started crying about it.
Lamar, I got a question. Did Jaden Ivey say something about Magic City Unite?
Nope. There was only one player that did. And that player, the player that said something about Magic City, he got a job still. He didn't get waived. There was a player on the San Antonio Spurs, Luke Cornett. He's a Christian. He came out. He didn't even play in that game versus the Atlanta Hawks because he was against the Magic City night. And you know what? What happened to Luke Cornett, you guys? Nothing.
There's something deeper. I seen a tweet, like a post about Jaden Ivey, right? And we already know that Jaden Ivey's been going through a lot of stuff when he was young. And now he has turned himself into a Christian person. Like, he is fully devoted to turning himself into Christianity, right? So I'm hearing reports, basically, of inside the lockers, like inside the Bulls lockers, he's basically trying to, like, put people into doing this Christianity.
I told you, like, what?
No, T. Verbatim, what I was told, verbatim, this is how he was doing it, though. He would walk up to a random reporter after a press conference and be like, are you a fornicator? Do you still fornicate? He would walk up to play. Like, it's not like he doing it in a productive or cool manner, like he really trying to get through to people. He doing it in a disrespectful way. Like, imagine if somebody just walks up to you randomly out the blue talking about, are you a fornicator? Are you a sinner? Man, if you don't get your man, look, man. Come on, man.
Whoa.
Lamar, I told you what I told you. Like May said, when they first turn over to like their religion, they like force it heavily. They don't know, they're not used to it. So
That's what's been happening in the locker room. It's what I've been hearing right now. It's basically in the Bulls locker room. He's been trying to steer people into his religion, and now it's turning him into like a bad guy because he has a bad taste in the locker room. So I think they waived him because of that. Like he was quote unquote putting bad vibes in the locker room. But that's what I've been hearing.
I mean,
Mark Jackson, head coaching job for the Warriors.
if I was Jaden Ivey, listen here. I know a lot of money to people who have money don't look like a lot of money, but to us, $10 million, I'd be happy not playing. You know what I mean? But like I said, a lot of money to people who got money don't look like a lot of money, but to us, that's a lot of money because we never had that before. But I'm just saying, despite that point, I'd be happy with the 10 million. So what?
he lost me once he said he still wanted to play in the NBA, so he cannot be that disgusted by it.
That's what I'm
He said
saying.
he still want to play in the league.
I honestly think Jaden Ivey should basically start up his own podcast because if you've seen, he has sold over, I think, 10,000 jersey sales in the last few hours because of his suspension. So I think he should just ride on this influence and just try to start a podcast.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
Petit, that's what you would do. T, that's what you would do if your true and most honest intent was to spread this message. You would set up the right way to do it. Because again, right now, like if he set up a podcast, he's gonna get 1 million followers just like that, and he'd be able to share his message with millions, however he wants to share it. He's going to podcast basically begging for another opportunity to come back and play basketball. That's it. He's trying to be victim.
He still wants to play the NBA.
He wants to play in the NBA still. That's why I said, I told you, I got a spot for him on my team. If he enrolls at Grand Canyon University, I got a spot for him right now. If it's just about playing basketball, I got you. I promise y'all he ain't coming.
How many games y'all win with Jaden Ivey on that roster, man?
Oh, we going undefeated. We going undefeated. For sure.
Yo,
we not losing the game,
man. You do understand that no NBA team wants him. There is zero players from any NBA team wanting Jaden Ivey.
Hold on. Pete, there are I would say there are at least 25 teams that want him as a basketball player. They don't want you if you have extra baggage and headaches. They don't want you if you're going to be a headache to your teammates. Again, this dude, you're trying to portray it as if you're just going in and you're doing your job and you're leaving. That's not what you're doing, right? The stories are now coming out. Not only did he lie on his wife, right? He went on a podcast and lied on his wife. So I can't imagine the lies that he's telling on his teammates, right? If you're willing to lie on your wife had to drop the DMs talking about, I'm not talking to you. I was just talking to you 5 minutes ago. Why are you lying? And she had to drop the DMs. So he lied there. So with his teammates, right, they've come out and said, this fool, reporters have come out and said, you're walking up to people talking about, are we fornicators and sinners? That's disrespectful. So you're doing that? This is all called conduct detrimental. This is not like he didn't just do this podcast and get waived. This was a culmination of things that led up to this. Like you cannot tell me this one thing happened and he's waived. He's lying.
Like a year ago, I'm pretty sure, he said something about how the old me is dead. This is the new me. I'm in Christ now. We didn't really take that into account yet. Like we didn't know anything of this yet until he started to drop little by little hints of like what he feels about the Christianity that he is in.
But he never got waived because of that.
It's been adding up. Because it's been adding up.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's been adding up.
Luke Cornett right now. Luke Cornett dropped an article on the NBA allowing Magic City that in collaboration with the Atlanta Hawks. He professed him being a Christian and him not agreeing with it. He didn't even play in that game, right? His own personal way to have a strike against that. He did all of that. Did the NBA fine him? No. He talked about it publicly, but he did it without disrespecting anybody. Did the team fine him? No. Did the team waive him? No. Luke Cornett is a very marginal player on that team. The Spurs are going to be the Spurs with or without him. They could have got rid of him just like that if it was about him professing his Christianity.
Yep.
But he's still with the team, so it's how you do it. And if you do it in a manner where you're not running around disrespecting people, especially people that have a direct hand in how you get paid, which no matter how Jaden Ivey tries to slice it, this community it plays a small role into what his paycheck looks like. Don't act like it. Don't act like let's not start pretending now. Right? Again, he's been in the league 5 years. He's been through Pride Month 5 times in the NBA. He's dealt with the NBA and the NBA's affiliation with gambling and gambling partners. Said nothing. He's seen the world. He's seen all the police brutality. He's seen all the injustices. Ain't said a word. And when your knee starts hurting, when you're injured, and when you want to get back on the court to push so you can add to your market value to push for a new contract, you lash out by attacking the lowest hanging fruit. That's weak to me. That's weak.
Like I said, man, I would have been happy with 10 million. It's definitely more than a WNBA player, for sure.
Yeah. And then you notice he said, because if Lamont, you a hooper, you understand this, and you've been around people who have been hoopers. When you have been the man your whole life and playing basketball, and then now you go to a higher level, now you went from being a star to a role player, or just say an injury. You go from an injury, now you could jump, you can't jump the same. Your mental be off as a hooper. Lamont, I guarantee you have seen plenty basketball players that ain't the same mentally. They gone because they like, bro, I'm not the same person I was. And it's just part of the game.
Shout out to Derrick Rose.
Yes. SB, I tell people that all the time. They don't understand.
Yep. And at least he made it. Imagine how some people, how hoopers react when they was the man they didn't make the league. He at least made the lead and played.
SB, if you mentally not there, bro, they just say everything going on with him as a child, the trauma he been through as a child is actually true. When he opened up about, man, no money in the world can replace that trauma, man. I don't care how much money you get, that trauma is that trauma, man. So if y'all gonna be insensitive to that, y'all might be some different type of human beings.
Sensitive.
I think Jaden Ivey for real.
I know dudes locked up with 100 years that dealt with trauma. I bet y'all ain't fighting to get him out of prison because he killed 9 people. Like I'm saying, y'all, this is part of being an adult. The part of being an adult is we got to learn how and when to handle things. Like he handled this in the wrong way.
And we also gotta know when to keep shit private and to keep shit out of the media. Like, I could be a Christian follower. I could be a highly Christian follower, but I won't bring that into the NBA or any social medias because I'm not trying to not spread the gospel, but I'm trying to keep shit private since there's other religions that don't agree with this type of stuff that I have. So I feel like what he should have done is basically he should have just kept it all private. He should have tried to. He could try to preach the gospel in a good way, and I know people who preach the gospel in a good way without hating on anyone, without trying to change anyone's beliefs, but actually spreading the gospel. But what he's doing right now, he's forcing the gospel into people, and whoever thinks otherwise is immediately going to hell. So it's the way he handled this that was very kid-like. Like he was a little kid. He was 11-year-old. So
I would have been super happy with 10 million. I know I said this a million times, but I
don't know why
I would have been happy with the 10 million.
No, it's not about the money though, because when we do that, we giving him an out. This is about him being dumb and making. Look, he made this decision. He made it, and he wasn't thinking about the repercussions. I think he intentionally. I think he like I said. I don't think he's a dumb guy. He's been in the league for 5 years. He know how easy it is to get waived, right? He just watched how Cam Thomas got waived because he didn't buy into a role, right? He has all these examples. Now you want to play dumb, acting like you don't understand what conduct detrimental is. He's a veteran in the league now. Do you know the meetings that they have with players before the season begins every single year, letting you know that your social media platform is not just your social media platform when you're in the NBA. When you sign that contract, you know what it says on that contract? Anything you say on social media is connected to the NBA. Anything you say, you're not off. This is the 24/7 job. He knows what he signed up for. He signed the contract. He got on social media and knew exactly what he was doing. And this is why NBA players really don't say a lot on social media like that, because they know that they're an extension of the league. They're making millions of dollars because they're an extension. He's an employee. He don't own his own business. He's playing stupid now. That's all. He's not a victim. He's not dumb.
And then I'm just saying this. I'm like, I don't want to go against nobody's trauma because obviously you go through stuff. But why all of a sudden is he doing it now, Herm? Because if that's the case, it would still bother me. You'd have probably heard like look somethings or since he's been in Detroit. And then if it was that big of a problem, and then like a team like Detroit, where they was trying to get their team together with young players, you don't think they'd been probably putting him in programs or something to help him deal with his trauma? And you think the NBA know everything about you. So I guarantee you, any problem that he had, the NBA knows. So if anything, they would have been helping him with that problem too.
Hey, somebody got some background noise. I'm going to mute you. Hey, but no, Man of Faith said it best, right? And I like what Man of Faith said. Salute to Man of Faith as well, one of the biggest supporters of FYF Sports. Man of Faith says he's not forcing the gospel on anyone. He's forcing his interpretation of the gospel on people. That's a fact. This is why he stepped out there and said the Catholics are doing it wrong. Steph Curry doing it wrong. LeBron ain't safe. He doing it wrong. Now everybody doing it wrong, but you got it all figured out. Man, come on, man. That sounds dumb to me. This man don't know a lick of Hebrew or Greek talking about he got it all figured out. Man, if you don't sit down somewhere, man, that is what be turning people off. What he's doing is what turns people away from Christianity more than anything. Coming out here thinking you higher than mighty, you bigger, you got it all figured out. Bro, you barely know some scriptures by memory. You just learned this thing. Talking about the Catholics got it wrong. Man, come on, man. These dudes, man. Get up out of here with that. We got to get Man of Faith and somebody up here, man. He says they didn't do it with Josh Jackson. What did Josh Jackson do? Josh Jackson had an alcohol problem. They kicked him up out the league. Herm, Gucci Man, and Pooh Shiesty. Yeah, Pooh Shiesty got to be dumber than Jaden Ivey. Man, oh man. Jeez, I don't want to talk about it, but man, Pooh Shiesty got to be one of the dumbest people in the world, man. How do you go rob somebody with an ankle monitor on? Oh my God. They don't make them any dumber than that, man. Jesus Christ.
It's funny because it's never good to rob someone. But in the event that you choose to make that terrible decision, while having something that tracks your every location, what are we doing?
And these be the first people inside. These be the first people to talk about somebody snitched on them. Man, if you don't, man, just like Jaden Ivey, man, if you don't get up out of here, man, y'all be thinking we dumb, man. This dude, man, talking about robbing Gucci, man, with an ankle monitor on, man. Come on. And then he with your dad. Come on. Boy, these dudes, man. Oh, man. Bro, Jaden Ivey, man, come on, man. He got to be smarter than this, man. So, man, these dudes, man. And then you got people out here defending him, talking about he's right. I was like, man, why don't anybody just be real with him? Like, when is somebody going to be real with him? Like, bro, you as an employee. Oh. Go join a YMCA basketball league if you want to say what you want to say without any backlash. Told you, there's plenty of teams he can play on and he won't get any vitriol. I got a team for him right now. We got 2 weeks to get ready. We got our national championship coming up. I can get you on the roster, man. Come on, let's do it. Come on.
Lamont said he's not losing 40 a game.
And I'm gonna help you get a platform to say whatever you want. Christian University, your Grand Canyon University is a Christian university, man. So we gonna allow you to, talk your talk, do what you do, man. But this is how we know these dudes are all fake, because he ain't joining no low-level, low-budget team that ain't paying him millions of dollars. That man was on there talking about, I'll go play for a team in Africa. No, you won't, bro. If you've ever been to Africa, he's not going to know Africa playing over there. He's lying.
Well, he said it was about money. Then give the money that you earn right back, man. Because it's not about you saying you're not for the money, and the money's not enough. Give that money right back, man. Give it back.
They just say anything, man, to be bigger victims, man. Told you, professional victims. And that's what a lot of this stuff promotes. It just promotes a lot of people being professional victims. Everybody wants to feel like they've been victimized by something, man. This is why you talk about things getting soft, and I think it stems from a lot of the boomers. And luckily the boomers are kind of getting aged out, but man, they had a victim mindset, man.
And then that's why he can't give up that money, y'all, because whoever his pastor is, who turned him up, born him again, gonna need that money from him. So he gonna still have to get that money regardless.
Why don't he talk about all the churches out there that require you to turn in your to give them your W-2 so they can see how much money you make. Why don't you get on them? I remember my sister, because my sister is super into, like, she's kind of like the Jaden Ivey level kind of Christian. And I remember she got kicked out of a church called in Indianapolis because she didn't turn in her W-2s. They kicked her ass out. Yes.
You tell me that's
like for tithe was it for tithe purposes?
No. Yes. For tithe, they need to know how much money you make. Because
you got to pay 10%.
You can't just give them $20. They need the full amount. They kicked her out because she didn't turn over.
That's crazy though.
Man.
That's crazy though.
And but like I'm saying, like you only worry about that. That's something that really need to be talked about. That's why a lot of people who like, I believe in God, but I don't have a church that I go. I haven't been to church since my uncle Reverend Holland died for things like that. But why nobody bring up that? Like, you don't supposed to pay to be a believer. It never been like that.
That's how it is now. But see, again, that's what it's like. It's gotten so crazy, and that's why I say it becomes so cult-like that they can convince people to do that. Like, there's nothing else. There's no other place you can go. Like, if anybody else asks you to turn in your W-2s, we gonna look at them like they crazy. Right? You go in the grocery. If you go in the grocery store and the grocery store manager asks you for your W-2s, you're gonna be looking at them like, what? But when you go to church, man, like, that's the only place where you can go where the nonsensical is now sensical. Give me your W-2s to come here, man. If you don't get them,
that church should be shut
All
down.
the people getting my W-2s,
but that is more common than y'all think. It's more common than y'all think.
I believe in a 10%, but W-2s, bro.
It's the reason why Drewski made that skit. That skit, that Drewski skit he made, that was legit.
Well, it's fine. So it's fine if you believe in the 10% because that is part of.
I do. I just don't. The W-2
but saying I need. Go ahead.
It's fine if giving 10% does not completely disrupt your way of living in your life. That's what
that's what I was getting ready to say.
Again, if you making $40,000 a year, why is you giving up 10% of anything, man? Come on, come on, man. If I give you $10, $20, take that. But you talking about, and that's what it is. It's just, again, and a lot of Christianity today has now targeted the poor and milking the poor for whatever they got, because the poor people is gonna give you that. They gonna fall for that. Man, I promise y'all, rich people making millions of dollars believe in God just as much. But when you start asking for their W-2s and 10%, that business savvy kicks in real quick. We not doing that. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop.
And I wish somebody would use God to try to get over on me. That's a problem.
I'm talking about.
That is insane. That is insane.
If y'all look at some of these neighborhoods, right, and SB know it best, right? Go to some of these neighborhoods in Chicago. The whole block look ran down. The church looked grand and glorious, man. What is going on here, man? Damn, y'all can't help old granny over here get her grass cut, but the church over here got turf, got everything you need, man. Come on, man.
Pastor pulling up with the 2026 Benz with the red bottoms on.
Yeah.
You supposed to be getting that 10% back to the community.
Yep.
What happens to all the programs for the kids?
And that's what I'm saying. Jaden Ivey is in a situation where you got the money to make changes. You remember, and I think Jaden Ivey, I think his best way, I think if you are a true Christian, the best way to be a true Christian is just by example. And people are just going to naturally gravitate to you by how you live in your life. And so now they're going to gravitate to you. And then that's when you can start opening up, okay, this yada, yada. But just walking up to random people, just forcing this on them, right? Telling everybody they're going to go to hell when you just really learned this 6 weeks ago, calling out Catholics, calling out LGBTQ, calling out Steph, calling out LeBron. You don't know none of these people. And you so-called got it all figured out, man. You're pushing more people away than anything.
So, man,
100% right.
Like you said earlier about the W-2 form, man. This is why the new generation is now working these 9-to-5s. Like how the old heads, they have to work the 9-to-5. That's why I get upset when I be hearing somebody from my generation say something that they clearly don't mean, like a lot of these Jordan fans, bro, they just pushing stuff that old head and boomers pushed on them. They don't actually believe this stuff, bro. Like a lot of these old heads, when they say, "Oh man, today's NBA is weak," bro, you getting that for because an old head told you that, bro. If you in this generation, bro, if you born between 2006 and 2010, bro, you don't have to say anything to uplift these old heads because they don't give you no knowledge. They don't do anything for you. They're not gonna give you no money. You asking for $20, they're not gonna give you to it, bro. All they gonna do is tell you to do the same thing that they did, which is go to college, work a 9 to 5, and just be a begging. I can't curse on here, but just be a begging, type of ninja. Be a begging ninja. If you want to be successful in life, bro, join those red pill. What am I saying?
No. YB.
Start your own life, though. Boomers, start your business,
Boomers have the mentality like this, YB. And the reason why boomers, in a sense, are stuck in the 95 mentality is because they have the Jaden Ivey mentality now, which is, God gonna give it to me. I'm gonna work at this Ford factory for 35 years, and God, man, come on, man. That's
God
just
can
not
give me $10
million.
million.
What's gonna happen is Ford gonna give you whatever pension they decide to give you when you retire, and that's all it's gonna be. And that's it. That's all you're gonna get. You're not gonna get anything more than the next man. The next man over here that don't go to church at all, he gonna get the same pension as you. You ain't getting nothing more, nothing less. Right? The resources, you have to go out there and you got to go create opportunities. God gave you a brain. This is really what God gave you. He gave you a brain. Use them. These people, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, like I was about to say, that's why you see like if you go on your For You page, 'cause I know everybody For You page look different, but really the birth of this red pill stuff and this new generation stuff is that we moving on to the internet now. We starting to find out that we can use this platform, make money. We don't have to work for a 9 to 5. We don't have to have somebody in the air all day. And the whole point of it's not F college, right? It's just that we see that there's no point in going if like multiple people said, there's no point in going to college if you not know what you're going for. What's the point of being 100,000 in debt if you don't know where you're going for? So that's really the basis for, what is said now. Gen X has had it way differently. And that's really what the birth for this stuff is. It comes down to that, just appealing to old heads.
But I think when we stay on topic, right, I think the bad example that especially when people go online and say Jaden Ivey is right, like y'all was saying before, YB, you was talking about this as well. Not everybody has 15, 20 million sitting in the bank where they can compromise their job to say some silly stuff online, right? If you working at Amazon, you really think they about to walk in that Amazon factory and start yelling out some LGBTQ stuff, right? Man, no, bro. No, you're not doing it, man. And Jaden Ivey is like that. His own chat was telling him, bro, you sitting in a Ferrari telling us all this stuff, bro. Bro, stop it. We're not trying to hear you in your lavish lifestyle where you don't have to work and do nothing for another day of your life. He can just literally sit at home and do nothing for the rest of his life. He could put his money in some type of IRA or something and just live off the interest.
Escrow or a trust, and he'd be good.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, but you want us to go out there and do what you doing. You want us to cost me my job, right? I got $39 in the bank, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay the light bill next month. But I'm supposed to go out here and do what you doing. And that's what I don't like when people in his
Rich
position.
people crap.
He gets all the riches using the NBA. He gets all the riches by every NBA resource, right? When he was in college at Purdue, this man had more perks than the walk-ons. He had more perks than everybody else. Matt Painter and them what did Matt Painter and them do? They didn't put him in a regular dorm with the regular students. He got put in his own condo of his own. He got treated different from all the other players, everybody else. So he gets better treatment at Purdue. He gets better treatment in the NBA. But now you want to take all the benefits that you got, and all of a sudden, when you can really sit on your hands and do nothing for the rest of your life, you want all of us to come out and do what you're doing. Man, that's what I say, man. These people, man, I don't get this nonsense right here.
We're not dumb.
Lamont, you have to understand that people like myself and Ola, we're mystery millionaires, so we actually have the business on the side. So we're able to just
yeah.
Now that's what I don't like about this whole thing, and it's again.
We go out here saying any and everything though.
I rock with the the one thing that I've learned is when I look at Jaden Ivey, and especially being at GCU where I see a lot of Christians, that's not how real Christians behave. I promise y'all. This is not real. This is not like when you run into the ones that are real, this is not what they do. This is not how they behave. And I don't like how online you got all these people that's just trying to attach themselves to Jaden Ivey. Yeah, he stood up, man. He for freedom of speech. Man, come on.
I mean, they saying that, but I think it's pretty obvious. Like, I'm a Bulls fan. I've been watching Jaden Ivey since he got on the team. He's not there right now. Like, he's going through a lot. Like, it's so obvious. When I was talking about a post-game interview that he had with the Bulls after he got a DNP versus Toronto back in February, he looks at the camera and says, like, I'm not the same Jaden Ivey. I'm not the same Jaden Ivey I used to be and everything. And I'm like, first thought in my head as a Bulls fan, I was like, bro, you just got here. What you mean you're not the same Jaden Ivey? What was that supposed to mean? But secondly, like, I was just like listening to more, and then you see the interviews where he's talking about trauma, and you can just see like the light in his eyes just gone. And he's also playing for the Bulls, and that's a horrible situation.
What tripped me out was when he was sitting in that interview talking about, I'm trying to show the Bulls I can do more than just dunk. Bro, not everybody is on a roster to do all the shooting and all this stuff. We had 6 pick talking about roles. When you come to the NBA, man, accept the role that they give you. If they want you here for your athleticism and your ability to dunk on people, then you better do your best to get your athleticism and ability back there, because this is your role now.
That's your role.
Nobody looks at Jaden Ivey talking about we need him to shoot jump shots and pass.
Average 30. You're
not here for that. We got Josh Giddey. We got other guys for that. You here to go dunk the ball when Josh Giddey passes it to you. Shut up. Quit saying all this other stuff. You're not here for all this other stuff. He just came out and now he put the Bulls on Front Street because he said the Bulls ain't winning nothing. They not playing for nothing. Then why do you want to play so bad? You think God healed your knee for you go out and play some meaningless games with 12 days left in the season? No.
Money.
What are you talking about?
It's all about the money. That's it. Point blank. Period.
Jaden,
he better get used to playing a role if you want to stay in the league. Ask Cam Thomas if you don't want to accept no role.
Booyah. Hey, chill on my cousin, man. Chill. Hey, look. Booyah. Hey, man.
Hey, tell your cousin, okay, you can put up 20 points. Play your role.
Hey, it's either you become Eric Gordon.
I agree with you, but
hey, Tay Hunley,
you become Eric Gordon, or you have no career,
bro. But Wabi, you said it best. Like Eric Gordon, the way they talked about him coming out of Indiana, he was literally supposed to be the next Kobe Bryant. Like you couldn't tell us that he wasn't going to be the next Kobe. As soon as and look, and I know you've heard stories like that, SB, coming with a ton of guys coming out of Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, once you touch the NBA, if the Bulls want you to get your knees right because they want you to get your explosiveness back, then that's all you need to be focused on because that's your job. It seems like he's more mad at the Bulls because they trying to confine him to a role, and it's just like, bro, that's your role. This is your job. This is why you're making millions of dollars. Quit crying about it. And now you want to rant and rave and do the low-hanging fruit of targeting the LGBTQ because you mad. And then he does it behind the guise of being a Christian. That's the weakest thing right there. You do all this behind the guise of, I'm a new Christian. I have to call it out Pride Month. What about Pride Month last year when you was on the Pistons and injured? What about the Pride Month the year before that? What about the Pride Month the year before that? What about the Pride Month when you was at Purdue? All of a sudden, remember, I forgot there was a comedian talking about it, right? There was a comedian talking about, he was like, all the women, right? And I know this is kind of controversial, but he was like, he said he don't trust a lot of the women that become born again all of a sudden, right? He said all the women that become born again probably used to be hoes before, like
they definitely
try to talk back.
Hey, look, I've been saying I know a lot of y'all probably don't watch anime, but everybody watch Dragon Ball Z at least. You know, Frieza has a final form. The final form of I don't know if you could say that H word on him. But that's a church going woman is the final form of her. Everybody knows that. That's her final form. Frieza final form, perfect sale. She gonna turn into a church going woman. and be talking like Jaden Ivey.
And look, and I got a real life example I can tell y'all because it really don't affect me. But
What was that chick in the Bible that was
I'm gonna tell y'all.
a 304?
My sister SB was like that, right? So I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm not gonna expose too much. I'm gonna tell y'all the base. She went rogue coming out of high school, right? Because we lived in a really like strong like Christian household, like so she felt like confined, couldn't do nothing. So when she turned 18, she let loose. She left, started dating gang members all across Indianapolis, right? What else did she do? So then so this is her trajectory. So then she obviously on the streets, you don't got money. Now you got to make money on your own. She gets into stripping, right? Not only did she get into stripping, she found a way, right? This is her story so crazy. She found a way to start dating one of the biggest dope dealers in Indianapolis, right? This now she's dating one of the biggest dope dealers, so you know what comes with that. You get all his problems too. This fool done murdered a couple people. She become an eyewitness to it. So now either she gets locked up for it or she got to tell on him. So now she a witness to the murders he did. Right. So now these fools, so now she got to flee Indiana. So again, but what I'm saying is what's the final form? What's her safe haven, right? Her safe haven now is she found a community of cult-like Christians, right? That can shield her away from the world so she can put on this persona that she's this newfound Christian and all this stuff. And I get that I appreciate that she's changed her life, but she's so invested in it, right? We can't even have normal conversations with her. I called her one day. Obviously, you know how you call your family, right? I called her one day.
Check on them.
And she like, did you turn your life over to God? I can't speak to you if you ain't turned your life over to God. I'm like, what? I promise you. So check this out. Hold on. It's even worse, right?
That's what happened when you cap, man.
Me and my brothers got a nickname for it because if we ever see her number calling our phone, it's only for one reason. We call her the Grim Reaper because it means somebody in the family died. That's the only time. And half the time she's so disconnected from the family, she be getting the shit wrong. I remember I was with my grandma in Vegas. She called, grandma passed. And I'm looking like, she right here. She didn't looked at the wrong social media post. It's our great auntie. Our auntie passed, not our grandma. I'm like, grandma right here. I'm like, I'm actually go to see grandma. She right here. She 89. I'm talking to her.
Right.
What is you talking about? And so we call her the Grim Reaper now because again, she's just this devout Christian. But the only time she don't call for anything positive. She don't call for anything Christian like or good. When she call, it's the Grim. Like when my dad was sick, when she called in the middle of the night, I knew what time it was. I was like, oh, my dad must have passed. I knew it. And that's what it was, the Grim Reaper. This is what they turn into, y'all. They start shunning their family. What is he doing to his wife right now? Shunning his wife, lying about her, shunning her away, but he's pretending that he's the victim. Everybody's turning on me. No, mother, you turning on everybody. This is how delusional it makes you, man. When you get fanatical with it, man.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, have a thought to themselves on I see it on X, like that Jaden Ivey was cut strictly because he said the thing about the LGBTQ. Listen, if Jaden Ivey was all there and was important to the Bulls and averaged 20 points, he's not going nowhere. He's staying. It's because the Bulls, I think, found out really quickly once they traded for him, he's a loose cannon. And I don't think the Bulls were going to bring him. The Bulls were not going to bring him back to the team because he would have been a restricted free agent after this season. So it would have been, we would have paid him $10 million.
I think the Bulls was trying to bring him back, but they was going to bring him back on a value deal because he was restricted. So that's the advantage.
We don't pay nobody in Chicago.
Yeah, that's the advantage of not playing him for the rest of the year. The advantage
I don't think they were going to bring him back.
But in today's game with the apron, the business of basketball says keep him, right? The business of basketball says retain any valuable assets especially if you can keep them below their market value. With him coming off this injury, the Bulls were going to be able to lowball him, give him a lowball deal.
Yes, sir.
And now they're gonna have an asset. They're going to be able to underpay that asset. So they know that they're getting a really good six man. They're going to be able to underpay him to make the roster better in other places. Yes,
He
he
wouldn't
is.
be 6-man Trey Jones.
No, I'm saying
He's
Jaden
6
Ivey.
man.
Jaden Ivey healthy is a really good player. He's almost starting quality.
He's
That's
definitely gonna be a 6-man on the team.
Yes.
but you have to be healthy. But he was starting. That's why he came on and he said the Bulls wanted me to get healthy over the summer. They wanted him to get healthy, but they also know the Bulls is obviously being slick. Gilbert, this is what Gil went through. They're gonna not play you to keep your value low. They're gonna low ball you. You're restricted. Nobody else is gonna offer you. You know, so we're gonna control everything that you got going on. He was getting mad at that. He didn't want that. He wanted to be able to go out, show people he can hoop. So when free agency comes around, these two teams they're gonna put out offers that the Bulls have to match. But without him playing, nobody's gonna throw out any offer. Right? We just saw, and I know it can't be about the 20 points per game because we just watched two teams cut Cam Thomas. So it's not always about the production because Cam Thomas is a instant 20 a game. Instant.
Yep.
So again, it's just about can you fit and help us win games? Can you fit into what the team is doing?
Yes.
Hey, Lamont, y'all. Hey, I would say a lot of y'all been in college before. A lot of y'all been.
I got a quick question for the. Hey, what's up, host?
What's up, Black Conservative?
Go ahead. My fault. Go ahead.
Now, so if the Lakers beat the Thunder tonight, right? Should Luka get the MVP?
Yeah, we agree.
No.
I said that a while ago. I said
No, give it to Wemby.
no. I'm saying this right here.
Oh,
I
y'all
think
better
that
stop this one.
I think that Luka, if all things were equal, should be in first place as is right now.
Yes.
I said the only way that Luka makes his case undoubtable, he not only has to beat OKC tonight, but he has to beat them twice. They played them twice before the season ends. You have to go out there and show the world that y'all can compete with OKC. Because right now, I think there's a lot of people still not full believers in the Lakers because every time they run into a Spurs, every time they run into a good team, yes, they were injured, but y'all been getting kind of drugged through the mud. So you got to show up now. And we've seen over the past years, voters will capitulate to the last few games of the season. Like Joel Embiid, when he dropped that 50 on Jokic, that kind of won him the MVP to end the year.
I would say Lamont, he can't just win. He got to have like a dominant performance, a 30+ triple-double or like a 50-point game.
I mean, that's just what he's averaging.
He gotta put SGA to bed. He got to put them to bed for real.
He won the Player of the Month of March and Defensive Player of the Month.
Who, Luka?
Yes.
Luka won Defensive Player of the Month. You're lying.
Or was he? Or was he? He's like number one in the voting or something for the
He
month, for the month of
averages
March.
a ton of steals.
Like what is he averaging? Like 37, 9, and 8 for the month of March, and he's in and he averaging like 2.5 steals. So he's in the conversation to be both.
Yeah.
I have a basketball question, but I want to get this last little Jaden Ivey thing off.
Yeah.
The part with Lamont, and y'all have been in college before.
Hold on, let me pull up the article right quick.
Y'all should understand the point I'm saying is, Lamont, you've been in college.
Yeah.
The born again religious people, it's like, you ever seen somebody who was a lame and then they joined a fraternity and how they act when they first joined a fraternity? That's exactly how the born again people act like.
Yeah. And it's like it gives you a new chance to kind of have like some, and I get like what that type of community, like it definitely gives you like some sense of like family. It's we can compare it to like, we see how dudes when they join gangs, we see how dudes do when they join fraternities. Like it gives you a new sense of like, now I got some air of superiority over you. Not all of them are like this, but the people that choose to push it in a negative manner, that's how it's gonna look. That optics is gonna look like that. That's why I say like I promise y'all, true Christians, you're not gonna get this air of superiority from them. You damn near gonna be able to feel like you damn near talking to somebody you've been knowing for years, right? If you're talking to a real Christian, because it's gonna be super easy to relate to them. You can converse with them. You can be real with them, not judgmental. You're not gonna hear things like, "Yeah, Steph Curry not a real Christian. Brian not a real Christian. The Catholics are doing." You're not gonna hear that. Like
I got it right here.
You're not living the right way, Lamont. If you think you're not living the right way religiously, if you think you better than somebody, you superior to somebody, that's not how you're supposed to be at all. You're never supposed to be like that. So he's not even living his truth or living the right way. He's not following his own truth.
Yeah, a lot of contradictions with a lot of these people. Every day you see it.
Okay, let me put that on the big screen, Black Conservative. Hold on, what's that say? Let me see what Black Conservative
let me go ahead and
the
move it down a little bit.
I can't move it.
Oh, it's kind of zoomed in.
Yeah, I can't move it. No, what does it say though?
What does it say? That's Black. You got the wrong one up there.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Black Conservative up there.
Okay, Lamont. Okay, let me see.
Luka's been named Western. I say let's just say player of the month. What about defensive player though?
He was among those nominated for defensive player of the month.
Oh, okay. Shout out Luka, man.
Yeah,
that's huge. So Lamont, my question is this: I want you to answer it first, and the panel can go crazy.
Yeah.
If a player of the caliber of Luka Doncic possibly only could get one MVP during his career, or maybe none, because it's probably he never get none. Does that credit of how talented today's era is, or is it a detriment to the league if Luka only never get MVP or one? Which one would you consider it?
The first one you said.
Because it's possible Luka might not get an MVP in.
So right, it said in that picture I showed, Luka is leading number one in the most points per game. He's leading the most 40 points per game. And hold on, let me look.
I think 60-point games too.
What's been holding Luka back is just the sheer fact that all his teams are usually in the middle row. Is the fact that they're usually third, fourth, fifth. The year that Luka gets first his team is first in the Western Conference is the year he wins the MVP. It's just that simple.
I can see that.
I'm telling a lot of my friends, like, yo, if the Thunder hold on to the first seed, I feel like I just know how the voters work at this point. They're going to give it to SGA. They're going to make him back-to-back MVP if the Thunder stay the first seed.
Now, look, I'm a Chicagoan. I'm a Chicagoan. I say this, though. I'm a Chicagoan.
Number one in 30 points per game.
Hey, look, hold on, wait. And Lamont, you're going to laugh when I say this. But to be fair, because I have revisionist history of a certain player did some things during the time, and they was calling him the GOAT. And I think he's my number one. But if SGA go back-to-back MVPs and win back-to-back titles, it's going to be a scary conversation we're going to have. Because a lot of people logic.
I think it's going to be scary for like, and you know what? I'm going to tell you why you're right. Because I've been seeing lives about people who are already in fear. And the number one fan base that's in fear right now are the Kobe fans. Because
he played just like Kobe, though.
No, I'm telling you. Because I think the Kobe fans know that Kobe is just really fringe top 10. And if any of these players today start to do anything crazy, Kobe got to be one of the first to go. And so right now, that's why I'm saying I was on a sports hype stream. He's a big time Kobe guy. Well, I'm talking about he's trying everything in his power to push that SGA is a foul baiter. His points don't count. He's not that good. And and then I went up there I was just literally talking about SGA, and he was like, "Nah, FYF, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to tell us Kobe ain't that good." And I said, "Kobe?" I was like, "What you talking about Kobe for?" And I was like, these dudes are in fear of SGA. I'm talking about they scared.
The crazy part about for me, Lamont, you know, I got Kobe my top 9, so Kobe ain't gonna get out the way. So I don't feel a way about it. But if SGA do what he do, is a lot of furniture gonna have to move. Oh yeah, Hakeem, Magic. A lot of people gonna have to move around. Bird.
They just said Wemby just dropped 41
already.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be real with y'all though. If Wemby, Lamont, I still want you to answer my Luka question too. If Wemby played like how he played for 10 years straight, win a couple championships, he's gonna be the greatest player of all time. I don't care what nobody says.
Wemby can be that, yes.
I said that a while ago. I did a live stream. I said Wemby, if he stays on this trajectory, is gonna be the GOAT, and it's not even gonna be no questions asked.
Yeah, it's just my big fear from watching all the Spurs games.
Only thing can stop Wemby is injuries.
Hold on, what'd you say, EJ?
He kind of is on the court. It's almost like a baby deer in some instances where he's so long and so nimble. Pause, yeah, for sure.
No, you don't have to say pause on here, man. Come on, man.
Lamont, you know they don't know I'm childish. You know me.
The pause invokes the thought.
But it's kind of scary watching him play. When he falls, it's kind of scary. Because the way he moves, he can easily get bumped off, knocked off, or step on someone's foot or step on something that he's not supposed to. Because he kind of like will go through traffic sometimes because he can.
Yeah.
Like I've seen it. He just goes through people like that, but it's kind of scary to plant your feet, move, go on there. You never know when you just might step on someone's foot. There goes that ankle like that.
EJ, you know what's crazy to me? How Wemby play. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked that he don't have a Nerf hoop sponsorship yet. Because that's how he play. He played like he in the house playing. He's so tall. He like he playing in the house on the basketball rim.
Man, it didn't even look fair versus the Warriors.
It don't look
last
fair,
night.
bro.
Okay, so get this right, because they said Derrick Rose was the youngest person to win MVP. Now, if Wemby wins it, but
Wemby will have to win it this year.
Yeah, he's gonna have to win it this year.
I think Wemby is the MVP. To be real with you, to me.
I think if you give it to Wemby or Luka, you're not gonna go wrong. I think Wemby and Luka are both ahead of SGA. I think SGA is in third.
SGA is at that point right now. He's like that safe pick. You know, when he was like, well, I don't really know who to give it to. SGA be a safe pick, but people won't be mad if SGA got it. But you'd be like, somebody else could have got it.
Either way, all three of the guys are doing MVP stuff. So whoever you don't pick for MVP, everyone's gonna feel like they got snubbed. Because I'm telling you, if I was SGA, hold on, you telling me I just dropped 33, 6 and 6 on 55% shooting and 38 from 3, and with the first seed, and I don't get MVP.
Hold on, wait. I ain't gonna lie though. Wait.
But Luka's numbers are better on damn near every category.
Y'all missing another big case for SGA, which is what I think he might sneak get the MVP. My Scottie Pippen didn't play all this year, and I still got us at the number 1 seed. J-Dub didn't play for what? How many games J-Dub played this year?
Yeah, but SGA didn't play, and they still got the number 1 seed.
But he played enough to get the MVP, though.
I tried to tell him that.
But hold on. I'm saying the vice versa, how it happens as well. Y'all still in the number 1 seed, and y'all didn't have SGA for a season.
Yeah, Shea missed games, and y'all was still whooping ass when he missed games.
This is not like it's not like the Steve Nash years when Steve Nash was out. The Suns couldn't function. They was barely like a 500 team. OKC was OKC. I think during that stretch they even beat the Lakers without SGA.
Yes.
I mean, look. The same can be said.
His argument. I told you who I got though. I think Wemby got it.
But that same argument can also hurt. That same argument can also hurt Wemby because
minutes restriction.
Wemby on minutes restriction, and when Wemby was out, the Spurs still winning games. I think the only team where you cannot say that with is with Luka. Luka is out. The Lakers are a 500 team.
Except for the beginning of the season, Reeves was winning them games in the beginning. But other than that,
I would say they was winning games without Luka, Reeves, and Bron was.
But it says they're 6 and 6 without Luka.
JB would have a case if this was any other year other than this year.
Because I mean, he had them winning without Tatum. Everybody thought this was a tank year for the Celtics.
If this was literally any other year, JB would have an amazing case. The problem is you're going against all the great. We haven't even talked about Jokic yet.
That's crazy.
That's why I asked my first question. Like, if Luka go through his career and only get 1 MVP. Or maybe no MVPs. Does this credit to that? Because a lot of people say this era is trash. I think this is one of the greatest eras of basketball that we never
Zesty say it.
He already gave 3 MVPs. The fucking Jokic. No. I don't want Jokic to get more MVPs.
No,
I
want to. I'm
a basketball fan.
He's not.
Keep achieving. Keep getting it.
Obviously, he's probably not going to get it. But like, look at what he's doing. He
damn near 30-point triple-double as a center.
He's been averaging.
That's crazy.
Russell Westbrook was the first guy to average a triple-double in forever. Now Jokic has been doing it for like 5 years straight.
Yeah, Jokic a problem, bro.
That's a way better shooter at 7 feet tall. That's sad, Westbrook.
Hold on, we got Scooter up here. What's good, Scooter? What you got on it?
I mean, shit, Westbrook won MVP more than once, or did a triple-double plenty of times and got 1 MVP to show for it.
Well, because, I mean, when he averaged the MVP the first time, he averaged 32. And the second time he averaged 22. So it's...
Yeah, but Steve Nash got the MVP averaging like 18 and like 11 or 12 assists.
That's not a good argument because Westbrook
his impact
did it like four straight years.
Yeah, his triple-double didn't have hella impact like we thought it did. That's all it was.
For his team,
it did have impact. Let me tell you why. Let me explain why. It had impact because people thought he was going to fall off without Kevin Durant. He kind of kept them relevant. They didn't do
that first year, yes.
But they was better than
he didn't
be without KD.
But he didn't get them to 50 plus games though.
No,
like Steve Nash did.
Yeah, but Nash's numbers Nash's impact was just better than Westbrook's.
And also 55 plus wins, like I said, without Stoudemire in 06. That OKC team is probably the worst team any MVP has ever had. What was they competing with?
Kareem had a worse team when he won MVP.
Yeah, I'm saying Kareem's team was definitely trash out there. I'm saying I might be other worse teams than that.
Well, actually, speaking of Kareem, Shaq. Well, no, not Shaq. Excuse me. LeBron just passed Kareem for the most
Derrick Rose MVP team was trash too. I ain't gonna lie, they wasn't all that great.
Hey.
Hold on. What
I'm
did
a Derrick Rose fan.
hold on one second,
He
y'all.
also
One
had a lot
mic.
of defenders on his team.
What was you saying about?
AI team was pretty weak too.
I was saying
AI team was
LeBron.
trash.
I was saying LeBron passed Kareem for the most all-time wins in NBA history.
Oh yeah, that is true.
No, I need somebody to repeat the Derrick Rose
No, I'm a
MVP team.
Lamont will tell you Derrick Rose is my favorite player, but I'm saying like Derrick Rose MVP year team was weak too because everybody was hurt. Everybody was hurt. Noah missed a lot of games. Boozer, a lot of people missed a lot of games in that starting five. He kept Dame missed a lot of games that year. He kept them relevant, bro.
Yeah.
And
they
weren't
a top team, but the difference is if the Bulls don't have Derrick Rose, they're a bottom playoff team. If the Thunder don't have Westbrook, they're a lottery bottom 4. And what about the Suns without Nash?
No,
name somebody on that Westbrook MVP team. Just name about 3 players.
Victor Oladipo, Steven Adams, and Domantas Sabonis. Yes.
Hey, salute to
and Roberson, who was I think
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me give a shout out to. I just got a couple gifts. Salute to Roberto Andrew. He sent a gift. Greatness, Inside the Arc. All the people. I'm trying to get to everybody that sent them. I got a lot to go through. Those are the most recent. Appreciate y'all. We got K Alpha up here. I wanted to hear from K Alpha before we keep going. I want to make sure everybody get heard. What's good, K Alpha?
So this is a call.
Bro, how old are you?
Anybody of all ages are welcome, man. Anybody of all ages is welcome. We're not talking about no X-rated topics or nothing like that.
I think I might be the young guy. Y'all said Kareem. I was like, I guess I never did check out 76 Kareem.
I don't know much about that team other than the fact that they didn't make the playoffs and he won league MVP. So if you don't make the playoffs and you win league MVP, I just gotta assume that your team wasn't very good.
That's crazy. He like the only MVP to miss the playoffs and get it. I never knew that.
Lamont, the last time I was up here, I asked you what path do Wembanyama got to the MVP, and as soon as you get off 2 days later, they throw him at number 1. Me personally, I think Wembanyama MVP.
I like the fact that, but Scooter, there's going to be a lot of like
politics.
Wemby winning MVP, depending on who accepts it, is again, he's basically the new age Bill Russell, to be really honest. And it's just going.
No, he's the new. What you mean by that? What you got to explain that to me? What you mean?
He
by
got
that?
a higher ceiling.
No, Wemby is the 2020 version of Bill Russell. One, this is what, to be honest, Wemby don't really care about scoring. He scores because he just can. Wemby cares more about defense than he does about offense. Right? Again, his defensive impact, like when I saw his rookie year, where it said that Wemby, when he's on the court, they're the number 1 defense in the league. When he's off the court, they're the worst defense in the league. Soon as I seen that, I said, damn. I said, this is potentially GOAT level player. And now that I'm seeing a guy, now he has the entire team playing defense. Everybody's playing defenses. They're all young. He's a defensive minded player. But everybody wants to, like, Wemby dropping 40 is just a luxury. He's not going to do that often. He's going to be a 20 to 22 point per game scorer. He ain't about to be dropping 30s. He's a Bill Russell. He's the Bill Russell of this era. They're going to have to start. If you give Wemby his flowers, then you're going to have to in turn start giving Bill Russell his flowers. I want to see how that works out.
Or what do you think about Duncan? Because that kind of sounds a lot like Duncan, doesn't it?
No, I don't think Duncan. I don't know, man. Duncan's just a different one. And then I'm talking about centers too. So I don't really consider Duncan a true center. I look at him as a power forward.
And a lot of guys was trying Tim Duncan. He's sitting on the goal. They trying to poke on him. They see Wembanyama. They'll drive around the paint, look to kick it out. Tim Duncan, they was challenging him.
That is.
I mean, they wasn't doing a great job.
Yeah, but
also,
they was challenging.
Speaking of Bill Russell, man, they discredit Bill Russell so much, bro. I seen Chantal on the panel the other day, bro. They said they discredit all of Bill Russell championships because he wasn't a number 1 scoring option. That's crazy.
It's because everybody who grows up in their era thinks that their era was the best. So they look at the 60s and we're like, man, people think that the slavery was around in the 60s. That's how, at least people my age, like look at it. Right?
If my boy Luka don't win MVP, the NBA is rigged. I ain't watching him anymore. Listen, I'm
Yeah,
telling
Luca
you,
gotta get it, man.
I'm gonna be
No,
pissed.
he don't have to get it. I don't necessarily got him there, man. He got to
be
play
mad.
both sides of the ball, man. He don't play defense.
Oh, y'all
Steve
gotta
Nash
stop.
won an
Please
MVP.
stop. Please
Steve
don't do
Nash
that.
won an
Please don't
MVP,
do
ladies and
that.
gentlemen.
Please don't do it. Magic
Okay.
Johnson, Charles Barkley, come on. Please don't do that.
Barkley played defense, bro.
Oh,
No.
hell no. Hell
Barkley
no.
played defense.
Hell no.
Hell no.
That's the one. That's the one point where I will defend Luka. The amount of slander on his defense is so overblown. It
Boy,
is.
bro, it ain't even
He's too good
about
offensively. What the fuck he need to play
He
defense?
is, but his defense is no effort. Now, if he was out there
What?
just getting toasted and
No
trash,
effort.
like
Do you know
Eric,
that man is
watching.
nominated?
Not this year.
Do you know
Not
that man
this
is
year.
nominated to
This
be
year.
the defensive player of the month?
Luka, no effort on defense this year?
No, this year
He
he's
had
been
more effort
defending.
than last year.
Luka is a flat out average NBA defender with slightly below average on ball defense and slightly above average off ball defense.
Thank you.
That is who Luka
And
is.
solid post defense.
And solid post
Because
defense.
he's 6'8", 240.
That is position
Exactly.
A+ defensive rebounder.
Yeah, but he can rebound his ass off. I give him that. I don't know how.
Thank you.
That's
Something that
part of
Shea
defense.
can't do. Thank you.
Y'all go see him in the, but see Shea but you go see in the playoffs when they zero in and the game slow down. You go see Luka defense and how he liability on D. You
I seen Shea getting fried by Nembhard in the finals.
Hey, listen, don't forget about my man Reeves now. My man Reeves been cooking the past few games now.
Now, did
Call
y'all
that
see
nigga
Jaylen
like
Brown?
Kobe.
You see Jaylen Brown yesterday? I think me
Yeah,
personally,
listen.
Jaylen Brown is my MVP. He played
And
both
that's the
sides. He
problem.
does everything.
And that's the problem. He's not the MVP, brother. How do I tell you?
He ain't.
What MVPs when MVP what they get and what they have to do? What has he not done?
Not more
He's
than
not
Luka.
averaging
No,
30
no,
point
but
triple doubles like
but hold on. I think
five other guys.
the point that somebody was trying to make earlier is that our MVPs today more valuable because of the talent. Like, for example, like we go to the 90s when the MVP races came down to Michael Jordan or Karl Malone. It literally just came down. It was like 2-3 people max. Like we looking at an MVP race where we're looking at we can have a case for 5 people. Like this is absolutely unheard of. And all got a good case for different reasons. Jaylen Brown, Luka, SGA, Wemby, Nikola Jokic. All these guys got a case depending on how you make it. And that's why, today's game is just different, man. These dudes are just different.
But like in '62, 8 dudes had a legit MVP case in any other season.
Yeah, but the problem, Tony, is
37 and 6. You know what I mean? Was 96 Jordan MVP numbers better?
Yeah, but we can't
You talking
never
about
see it.
1963?
It's not gonna feel right. Like it's not gonna like Luka's 30-something a game don't look like SGA's 30 a game. Luka's 30 a game looks far more impressive than SGA's 30 a game if you watch them two play. Like if you just been watching Luka play. So that's why I say you can look at the stats on face value, but there is a clear difference between Luka's numbers and SGA. Luka's just feel more impactful. They look more impactful. They look different. It almost looks like SGA. Yeah, he's getting his numbers, but OKC don't need it to win. But when the Lakers win games, they need every
All
bit
the
of that
rebounds,
40.
all them assists,
They
all
need
them
every
points.
bit of that 40 to win. Like they can't use.
I'm telling you, bro. If they give SGA,
What did Luka do to? What did Luka do to them Suns a couple years ago, though?
let me tell you something, bro. If they
Let's
give
not
SGA,
talk about that.
Oh no, I was at that game. I'm telling you, that was one of the first games I went to where I saw Luka play. I was courtside, and I literally watched. Bro, I watched Luka just take. They took the soul out of the Phoenix Suns. Man, that team was never the same after that. The team
After that, for the first quarter, they took it in the first quarter.
Yeah, smiling. He's smiling.
You talking about smiling, Luke? You talking about it's always cool to talk tough when they up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm telling you, bro. If they give SGA another MVP, I'm putting him over Kobe all time. He's gonna be kicked out my top 10.
I mean, that's who they gonna give it to. Let me tell you why.
Kobe
He's
fans
a
gonna have to
Finals
fist
MVP.
fight you.
They won the West again, and he's averaging 30. There's no way to not give it to him.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
know
know.
what I'm saying? Until
Yeah.
you knock him off his
Yeah, I
throne.
mean,
He's the
that's
king of the
true.
league
Man,
right now.
Kobe
Ain't
fans
nobody
been
knocking
having
him
it
off the
horrible.
throne, bro.
Hey,
Nobody
hey,
knocked him off the throne.
Hey, speaking of Kobe and all that, your boy Viz said some funny shit. Lamont. He goes, because you're talking about Kobe's the player of the decade in the 2000s, right? But they always got to go 11 seasons. They go 99 to 2010, because it's 11 seasons, 2000, 2010. I go, bro, he's only got one Finals MVP in the decade. He goes, no, I can give him 2 in that decade. I don't know how. 2010 isn't part of the 2000s. Just like the 1990 Finals MVP Isaiah Thomas doesn't have a Finals MVP in the 80s.
Tony, your mic.
Yeah, your
got
mic's
my
going in and out.
This better now?
Yeah.
No, I mean, look.
I'm gonna ask you again. What do Wemby got to do to get the MVP? What is his path?
No, I think Wemby's done enough. I think Wemby made his
enough
case. I think Wemby already made his case.
I think Wemby is the MVP.
They've dominated OKC
he's
this
not
year.
going
So you can't use SGA.
y'all.
Hold on, y'all. You can't use SGA versus Wemby because Wemby and the Spurs have dominated OKC this year. So I think that's a wash right there. I think Wemby, his case is already like sealed in stone. It is what it is. I think it's Wemby and Luka right now. I think SGA is the true third. I think Luka will seal the deal if he beats OKC these next 2 games over the next week. That's the only way.
Yeah, what the Spurs are this year is just way above expectations. And the amount of dominance Wemby does in under 30 minutes a game is just insane. It's like Giannis back in 2021.
2021?
Yeah, around that time. It's like what Giannis
how
was
much
doing
the
in those
game
times.
weigh tonight? How much the game weigh tonight? SGA and Luka. What? How much it weighed tonight on
A
the
lot.
MVP?
This is a lot. This will propel one of those two to the
Not
top.
only
Where it's
that, but-
between Wemby and that whoever wins tonight.
Not only that, but also worst case scenario is not only do the Thunder lose, but Luka has like a average to below average game because the Spurs are 2 games behind OKC. So I believe that if the Spurs can jump OKC, I actually do believe Wemby gets the MVP in that case.
You have to give it to him. And defensive player of the year.
Bro, like imagine this. If Luka dropped 50 tonight on SGA and the Lakers win, you really think Luka not winning MVP? Man, come on, man. It's over with. If Luka go crazy tonight, which I think he will, and they win, it's over with. It's over.
I'm gonna be at my
Well, I have a
job.
question. What if Wemby comes back the next game and drops 50 something?
Yeah, boys ain't no.
Don't matter.
Boys at the job talking all that.
Look, but see,
Well,
think
you know,
about
listen,
this.
we gonna win tonight. I'm telling y'all, we gonna win tonight. I got money on tonight's game.
If Luka go in there and cook him, and then he propelled the San Antonio closer to OKC, and the Spurs win the West, Luka go fuck around and help Wemby win it.
Yeah. Hey, Lamont, I got you. You said you got money on the game tonight? Go ahead and download Prop GBT, man. Prop GBT, you got it up here, man. It's going to help you with your analysis predictions, help you get your props in, man.
Yeah, download it, man. Make sure
Dub
you get it,
inside
man.
for the promotion, man.
Let's get it.
I'm about to screenshot. I was gonna share y'all with they top picks of the day, but my app is acting crazy.
We're like Hollywood Herm, GTP.
GTP, man.
Or I'm gonna screenshot it. I'm gonna share it with you.
Armani Viz, if you're watching, I tried to debate you earlier, but if you want to do a debate up here,
Look, y'all. We gotta look.
My fault.
I gotta only the main thing is we gotta talk about sports content creators, man. The sports content creators are the only ones I'm focused on, man. I can't it's too hard. It's become a headache just to talk basketball because we keep bringing in people to these conversations that do not want to talk basketball. And then once that starts to happen, I kind of get disengaged because I have no interest in some of the messiness. Like Go James Kingdom loves it because he knows how to flip it into all types of jokes and videos, and he gonna put you on Pee Wee Herman bodies like we did with Herm. He gonna have you doing all types of crazy stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But man, they just make it hard just to talk basketball because they want to invoke everything else, and they want to. I mean, like I tried. I was listening in the Vision stream because I was at the gym, so I couldn't hop in. I wasn't gonna hop in. But I'm at the gym. We about to start practice. But I just got my earbuds and I'm listening. I'm talking about for like an hour straight. They was just talking about, they kept saying, yeah, they scared. They not going to come up. They don't want to debate us. We going to cook them. And they literally just kept rinsing and repeating that same thing. And I'm like, what's the topic? Like, what are we even talking about? Like, do y'all even have I don't even know what they be talking about half the time. Like, even with Airball went up to Score Society stream yesterday. And he was like, yeah, I want to cook you on the video you made. And Score Society's like, yeah, what video? all your videos. It's like, bro, what are you talking about?
Just talking, just to talk.
And I'm like, man, come on, man. Like,
Bro, I hate. I tell you, bro. I
we
hate when I
appreciate you,
see.
bro. But
I hate when I see like.
I'll tell you one thing too. Like right before I get in the ball, and right before I was welcome to your channel, which I appreciate y'all. I used to watch like Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
And I sometimes on the side I watch Gilbert Arenas.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Salute to Gil.
No, I see what you're definitely talking about, bro. Because I figure it out. I really did figure it out, bro. If you don't watch basketball, if you can somehow convince people that like the 90s and the 80s and the 60s is better than today's basketball, let me tell you something, bro. Anybody who actually watches the game today, nobody is gonna be fooled by those this era and soft narratives, bro. Nobody's gonna be fooled, bro. You watching Luka drop 37, you watching James Harden drop 40, bro. You honestly gonna be persuaded.
Yeah, but also
Byron Russell is somehow a competition.
Yeah.
Man,
Cool.
bro.
But hey, the one thing I will say though is I do not like the refs of today. I hate the way they
Why?
blow that whistle.
Why?
I was just watching Miami versus Boston the other day, and this one play really stuck out to me where Bam pump fakes it, Queta goes for it but stays on his feet. Bam throws his entire body into Queta, and ref blows it, calls it a foul. I can't stand that. I can't stand when dudes like SGA has that problem too, where he'll shoot and some guy's on the side of him and he'll lean all the way to the side, bump him, and then shoot.
But
Like,
EJ,
okay, you can't call
here's
that.
EJ, here's the problem though. Over the last 5 to 7 years, this is the fewest fouls per game that the NBA has called in NBA history league wide. If you look at the 90s, like in the 80s, there were years where they were averaging over 30 fouls per game across the entire league. Going into the 90s, it was around 26, 27, 28, 29 fouls per game. Not fouls. These is free throw attempts. The fouls was even higher. Free throw attempts per game. But this era right here, on average, teams are shooting like 20 to 21 free throws per game. That's it. This is the fewest fouls they've called. So, like, as much as we want to say we don't like the whistle, the refs are holding the whistle back more than they've ever. Well, and now we still complaining.
That's true, but there's a couple reasons for that. One, the pace from eras is entirely different.
The 80s had the highest pace and shot the most throws per game. The 80s had the highest pace, and they were still shooting like 30-something odd free throws a game. So pace,
And two,
I can't incorporate that.
And two, this is the most, when it came to perimeter shooting and outside shooting, that there's ever been. There are so many games where I'll see teams and they don't even touch the bat. They don't even touch the paint. Nobody even gets a feet in the paint.
Not true. That's not true.
Pass. Hold on. You know how many times, bro? I just watched the Warriors Spurs game last night where the Warriors bring up the ball. Pat Spencer gets a pick and roll, passes it on the edge, passes it to the corner for a shot. Like,
do you understand what the point of shooting these threes are for, sir? It's to make your rim touch easy.
Hold on 1 second, EJ. Who were the Warriors playing yesterday?
Spurs.
Okay, now
what?
Why would Draymond run to the paint to take Wemby into the paint when we just got through talking about how Wemby might be one of the greatest defensive we've ever
You just
seen?
answered your own question.
Why the hell would Draymond Green be hanging around in the paint just so Wemby can go operate in the domain where he wants to
blocks.
be? Hell no, man. Take your ass out the paint. We about to put you in every pick and roll because we trying to clear the paint out because we got Wemby running around blocking everything.
Yes,
that's why it's
thank
more
you.
strategy. It's not like the 90s. This is not like the 90s where you see George Mirasan, who can't move, can't jump, but because you want to stand on that block, George Mirasan and Sean Bradley and Mark Eaton, these guys can get 3-4 blocks a game.
Thank you.
Y'all keep driving y'all silly asses right down to the rim, so these 7-footers don't have to do. Man, come on,
Sounds stupid when y'all be saying that shit.
They just thinking, EJ. They just thinking a little bit better. Put Wemby in pick and rolls, clear the paint out. It's not that they don't want paint touches. It's just guys today actually play real defense. Wemby is playing real defense. If you allow him to stand in the paint, you know what he gonna do? He gonna play real defense, and the Spurs are just gonna win the game. So it's just better defenders, higher quality defenders, meaning they can stay in front of you. They don't have to run around, hack, foul, do all that crazy stuff. They gonna defend without fouling, and if you don't take your offense seriously, man, you gonna have a long night. So that's all it is. It's just better defenders out there. Give them credit. Better defenders.
I can agree with that. I can agree.
If you can't shoot, you out of there, man. Like
That's
them
not
Celtics
true.
last night, man. They was on fire. I was like, they looked like the old Celtics. It's like they couldn't miss last night.
Hey, y'all, we got the Prop GPT picks of the day, man. I'm giving y'all some free plays right now, man. So here's the 3 A+ plays of the day from Prop GPT. I'm giving them y'all for free, man. Make sure y'all go play them, man. We got Victor Wembanyama over 15 rebounds plus assist. Here, I'll make it a little bit bigger so I can see it. We got Tobias Harris over points plus rebounds, 22.5. What's up?
Is Wemby playing today?
Is he?
I could have sworn my Spurs friends were telling me that he's out.
He out tonight. He not playing.
Oh, if he's out tonight, then that's not a good pick then. So you scratch that one. And then we got Stefan Castle over points plus assists, 22.5. So the Tobias Harris play and the Stefan Castle play, man, those are 2 winning plays, man. Maybe combine them in your parlay. I'll give you another one since Wemby is out. Let me give you another one in the app. So let me see what we got here. So I'm going to give you another A+ play. So another A+ play we got is going to be Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter for the Detroit Pistons over 7.5 points. So we got Tobias Harris over rebounds plus assist, over points, rebounds, and assists, 22.5. Stefan Castle over points plus assists, over 22.5. And then we got Kevin Huerter over 7.5 points, man.
What do they have Fox's
Let me see.
Fox usually likes to take over when Wemby's not
So
playing.
the Fox plays, they all are grading them. And so on here, they'll grade it as they'll grade the prop. And so they got De'Aaron Fox under 18.5 points plus rebounds. They're giving that an F play. And I think they're grading a lot of his plays low is because there's a lot of inconsistency in his game. Like it's a lot of volatility. So I don't think they know what Fox is going to do. So I think anything with Fox tonight is kind of up in the air. I guess you can say because Wemby's not there, you can just kind of assume, but they're not giving him, even on some of his overplays. So these are all the unders for De'Aaron Fox. So anything that's under for De'Aaron Fox tonight is graded as an F play. So I guess anything that might be an over. So right now they got under 1.5 threes as a D- play. So you would probably assume that taking the over on that is probably going to be a much better play. So for De'Aaron Fox, do not go under on anything. You want to take the over on almost anything for De'Aaron Fox. So yeah, De'Aaron Fox, just go over. I don't trust De'Aaron Fox too much, but I know De'Aaron Fox. The one thing I do know is that the Sacramento Kings and De'Aaron Fox cost me $20,000, man. Bro, I had a lineup on FanDuel. This is when DeMar DeRozan was with the Spurs. I think y'all remember those days. And all DeMar DeRozan had to do was make 2 free throws and don't allow the game to go into overtime, man. This fool misses the 2 free throws. The Kings come down, they get fouled. De'Aaron Fox did that silly stuff where he throws the ball off the rim, get their own rebound. They score, the game goes into overtime, and my parlay went into the – it wasn't a parlay, but my lineup for the night went into the garbage can. I said, man, oh, man. DeMar DeRozan, just make 2 free throws.
He's on the backside too. He been bullshitting all season.
No, I like DeMar DeRozan, bro, because, like I said, bro, he remind me of Michael Jordan or not. He plays exactly like him.
You trolling. You are lying to us. You lied to us.
Listen, you know, I had to get one joke out, man.
I did a video about that a while ago on FYF. I said if Jordan played today, he would be DeMar DeRozan.
Bro, that's where I got that from. But I'm not gonna lie, I've been saying that for I was like, like even before I heard you say it, I've been saying that, bro. I just think it's a general consensus that like if he played today, bro, he'd be exactly like DeMar DeRozan. Same team built around him, Kyle Lowry and everything.
It's like
I'm
this.
going under
It's not
every
a
screen
bad
like
thing, though.
DeMar.
Why do Zesties think that's like a bad thing, though?
It's like
not
this.
like a bad thing.
It's like this, YB. Does every great college player automatically translate to the NBA?
Of course not.
See, because again, like obviously we can look at the 90s and see that this is not the same level of talent, right? But like when we look at college today, we can just clearly see this is not the same level of talent. Even the G League, this is not the same level of talent. Mac McClung was dropping 50s in the G League. But when you come into a much more difficult realm of basketball, you struggling to now drop 10. It's just not the same. Like for me to just say that Jordan in a league that was just clearly far less talented, and just to say he will walk into this league against shooting guards who are now just as athletic as him, some bigger, stronger, faster than him, it's hard for me to say that you'll just do the same things. He was good for his era, but I don't know if he'd be able to replicate the same thing in this era without a three-point shot.
A basketball player, I know this is random, but like a basketball player they don't talk about nowadays is Bones Highland, bro. Bones Highland. I remember I saw Bones Highland. I think he like beat Kevin Durant or something in a one-on-one. No, I think he might play Kevin Durant in a one-on-one. Kevin Durant dunked on him or something. I think Bones Highland would probably be a really good player in the 90s if he played. Or the 2000s, because like you can look at the way he played. He got that like Jamal Crawford, Kyrie Irving type of handles, and he's skinny too, so he can go downhill insanely fast. Like he got John Morant level explosiveness. I don't know why they hit.
You want to know
Bones Highland.
You want to know who'd be the 90s GOAT, who could finally stop complaining and shut up? DeAndre Ayton. Yes, sir. He could take all his goofy mid-range floaters that he wants.
I know this is overdue, and we've been disrespecting Kobe all week, but Bam Adebayo, bro, man, he'll be like Carmelo on steroids, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
It's just a different game. Like, people really got to realize that the 90s was designed for ISO basketball. Like they created the illegal defense to influence more scoring. Like that was their version at the time of saying, how do we put more scoring in the game? Well, illegal defense is going to stop teams from playing good defense. Like it was literally a rule designed to weaken the defense. And like so when we see these individual scorers just go score a lot of points, I mean, yes, it was great for that time, but to say that this can now just span across every era, I don't believe so. They would be good players. Like I'm not gonna say Jordan would be trash today, but Jordan's not gonna turn into not some superhuman player today. He just had a lot of holes in his game. He would
like
not
that averaging 50 mess. This is not true.
The way I view like Jordan is the same way how I view like a middle schooler to a fifth grader. Like if a middle schooler was to go to like an elementary league and beat a bunch of like fifth graders for all of their, 6 championships, then I can see that. But like now you bring that fifth grader into, the middle school league, they're gonna have to deal with defenses, the zones, because in middle school, remember they bring in the zones. They teaching, middle school kids they isolation moves. So now you gotta deal with a whole bunch of stuff you never dealt before, I'm not I just compare Jordan to a fifth grader. I'm just being honest. I'm keeping it real.
No, I mean, I get what you're trying to say. I don't think it's that serious. I just think that just let these great players be great in their own era. Judge them for what they did in their own era. Like, I know these guys be wanting to disrespect today's game so much and pretend that these players of the past could just come into today's game and thrive, man. I guess that's like a fantasy that you can play out in your head, but in our reality, man, it's like with like a race car. A race car from the 1980s, you really think it's beating one of these F1 cars of the day? No. No. You're not. It's just everything gets better with time. Like, And I think I heard Big Shot, what's his name? Big Shot Bo or something. He was saying players today aren't better. He was like, they just got access to more resources to be better. I was like, bro, that's literally the definition of getting better. Like,
I heard that. I heard
what
that
are you
too,
talking
bro.
about?
I was arguing on the panel, bro. I was arguing on the panel. I was like, players today aren't more accomplished, right? Because it's about winning. I'm like,
no. It's like It's like a car, like a car from 1960s is still a car, but when you give these mechanics more access to better fuel, better parts, better everything, well, of course, the car's gonna get better. Like you give these, like you guys are literally explaining why players today are bigger, stronger, faster, and even smarter because now they have the ability to literally film study every game. They can watch every game you play. They can watch every game from the past. They got so many resources. Like y'all be like, this is what I mean by, and this is what I mean by like when Airball was talking to Score Society, he's like, y'all say the most obvious things and think y'all spitting facts. I was like, bro, this is just obvious points. Players today are just better because they have access to more tools, more rehab, right? More nutritional guys. They are
and they in the gym more.
In the gym more. It's just like this is the like y'all are literally explaining why players today are bigger, strong. And that's why he was like, nah, they're not better. But they just have access to more. I was like, man, oh man, like where did the brain cells go with some of y'all? Man.
I don't know. I was on the panel, bro. I think somebody named DJ, the Kobe fan, but he talking about some players that they got access to modern medicine. It's easier today because they got access to modern medicine.
Bro, hold on. That's why you just got to stop them, YB. If you've ever hooped, man, like, you think players are just waking up taking medicines to be better? No. There's no special medicine. Like, you think hoopers are just waking up popping all types of magic pills? No. Like, it don't take all of that. It does not take all of that. It takes having quality facilities. Like, for example, in the 90s and 80s, maybe you didn't, growing up, do you know how hard it was? And I wish some of them would be honest about this. Do you know how hard it was for kids in the 80s and the 90s to get consistent access to an indoor gym? Like consistent access. Like most of these guys grew up playing on outside courts, outside gyms, the wind blowing, all types of stuff. You can't play, you can't work out when it's raining, all this stuff. You got very limited access. Today, you got 24-hour access to any basketball court, weight rooms, facilities, X, Y, and Z, right? The nutrition is one of the bigger things because, you know, players in the 90s, like Michael Jordan said, we read the newspaper article of Michael Jordan. He told us what his diet was. Michael Jordan was literally living off McDonald's. That's his diet.
Chad Ochocinco, the NFL player, was eating McDonald's every day too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, like players today are now taking everything into consideration, the nutrition, every aspect of the game. So when Jordan started breaking down with the Washington Wizards, right? It's when players like KD and Steph Curry are still running around looking like they're in their prime at 37, 38.
Yeah.
LeBron is in 41. Right? Still averaging 20 a game, looking like, you know, dropping 20-point triple doubles, man, doing all this crazy stuff and helping teams get to the playoffs. Jordan was not doing all that. Boy, Jordan at the end of his career was getting gifted points. Like the last game Jordan played on the NBA basketball court was a total gimmick. They fouled him on purpose just to send him to the free throw line so he can maintain a 20-point per game average by shooting 2 free throws, man. Come on, it's an absolute gimmick.
Same thing for Kobe too, bro. That Utah game was crazy, bro. That Utah game was for fried, bro.
So I mean, bro, they try to make it seem like, bro, these players live and breathe basketball. They take this series for real, for real.
I don't have no mind like respecting the past, but to me, it's not realistic because the way a player thinks today is that they think they the GOAT. I know that's a hard truth, but players today think they better than the players that came before. They may say, you know.
I just did and it'll be dropping this week. I just did a TikTok short about this. But these players today, they put in so much work that they no longer fear nobody.
Yes.
You will never hear a player today walk in the gym talking about, that's the black cat over there.
That's Kevin Durant. I'm scared. That's Kevin Durant.
Bro, you don't.
They're not doing it.
When these dudes see a good player in the gym.
Oh, that's LeBron. I'm finna kick his ass.
This is what they're going to say. Grab your phone, man. I'm about to get this dude buckets. Whether it turns out good or bad.
Yeah, that's what I like.
They coming at your neck. You will never hear a player today look at LeBron James talking about, That's King James right there,
Hey,
man.
and guess what, Lamar?
Jesus.
Guess what, Lamar? They'll drop 30 on LeBron and then get on the press conference in front of the camera and say, "Baby, that's my GOAT right there."
I mean, they'll give you your
Nasty.
respect. Like Ant-Man will give people his respect.
And bust their ass at the same time.
Ant-Man, he will give KD all the respect in the world. But when he step on that court with KD, you think he's saying, "Hey, y'all, that's the Slim Reaper, y'all."
He did it to him in the playoffs.
Don't say
He
nothing.
swept him.
Don't say
He
nothing
did
to
it
the
to
Slim
him.
Reaper. Hey, y'all,
I was about to
don't talk to the Slim Reaper, bro. We going right at him. We'll say
He did it to him in the playoffs, Lamar. Remember when they swept him a couple years ago?
bro. Scared,
Thank you,
man.
bro. That's literally what I was about to say, bro. It's all about the challenge, the competition.
And was talking
bro.
shit to him and everything.
And that's what
That's
I
his
mean.
GOAT.
But what I'm saying, that's the biggest difference because players, when you put in that level of work, like when you put in that work, you got nothing to fear, right? You can trust that your game is going to talk for itself. Like the only time you walk in the gym scared is you know you're not prepared. That's the only time you don't walk in the gym scared of somebody else. You walk in the gym trying to bust somebody out. That's just how basketball is, man. If you walk in
And that's
scared,
why
you
I don't
lost.
even think the players care anymore to call out the other players. Like when the older guys say, "Yo, these dudes aren't really good," they don't even care no more to clap back at them. They're like, "We know who we are. We know how we hoop." They don't even care no more to clap back. There's no point in clapping back. That's what I do like.
But I'm saying that's again, if that's how they did it in the past, if they walked around being in fear, thinking you've got to call people black, because remember what they said, Kobe, that's the black cat. Kobe said that's Mike. No, that's the black cat. Kobe said no. He said that's Mike. This is why. Why do you think Kobe, even when Jordan was old in 2003, Kobe dropped 42 on his head in a half? Man, take all these buckets on the way out. You retiring, take this 42 and a half on the way out. Take this 55, which remember this 55, right? You old, I'm not holding nothing back. Like, this is how they think, man.
Imagine calling another grown ass man Black Jesus by
Yeah,
you
King
about to
speech.
play
How
him?
come Kobe didn't do it? You saying it's because they wasn't that great.
Nah,
Kobe
this
didn't
was
do
a
it.
weak era, man.
Well, let me, because I know personally.
Watch this, Lamar. Watch what he say.
So yes, personally as a Knicks fan, I know two examples, and Gerald Wilkins did this as a Cavalier, right? See, no, again, listen, please. Gerald Wilkins did call himself the Kobe stopper. The Jordan stopper, and Jordan went out and bust his ass, right? But he did it. John Starks. You ever see John Starks? Joanna? Did you ever see Reggie Miller? Let's see. Here's the reason why the Black Cat reputation came about. Because Jordan was that competitive, did if you did kind of challenge him like that or give him that, Jordan was such a maniac. And again, like I said, we've seen
Here
him
come the glaze.
shoot dice to beat your ass.
Hey, y'all, hold on. Let them cook, y'all. Let them cook.
I'm just gonna say this because it's like y'all trying to act like nobody ever challenged Jordan. Again, Gerald Wilkins, go look it up, called himself the Jordan stopper as a Cleveland Cavalier once he left the Knicks. John Starks would go at Jordan like crazy. There were players that challenged Jordan. The thing
John
is,
Starks.
Jordan, as you had Simone Wright say, if you did it, he would go drop 50 on your ass.
You know how many John Starks
y'all
there
can
is
keep
in the league
laughing.
right now?
What I do is, and even your
Garbage. Garbage.
when I hear Cap, I will. So if you can say what you want, but dispute it. Gerald Wilkins did call himself the Jordan stopper. John Starks.
Hey,
one second.
man, just stop, man. King.
Hey, hold on. I got
Starks.
you. I got you.
King, man, just stop. King.
Hold on.
YB, take that down. Take it down. YB, take it down.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
That's hilarious.
He was actually telling the truth about Wilkins.
No, we know we know that just like we know that people called themselves the Kobe stopper. I told them the story about Gerald Wilkins being called the Jordan stopper. I know that. We're not talking about one-offs. We're talking about we're talking about the 90s overall. You can't give me one or two players and act like it's indicative of the entire era. What is indicative of the 90s is that we have example of not role players like Gerald Wilkins and John Starks, but of the stars like who were saying that they were scared of Jordan. When Reggie Miller comes out and says, I was scared of Jordan, I was in fear of Jordan, this is one of the star shooting guards. We're not talking about the stars. And this is across the league. We even had 6 Pick come up here. I'll respect the 6 Pick. But 6 Pick said when he stepped on the court with Michael Jordan, he started singing the I Want to Be Like Mike song in his head. Man,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like I don't know what y'all want me to say. Like I
That's
don't know how.
crazy.
Take you seriously.
I can't. Like I'm saying, it's hard for you. How can you beat true competition if you run around in fear? This is
Hey, Mike.
largely the narrative that they try to sell Jordan as the black cat man.
Hey,
YB,
Lamont, hold
I don't.
on. You said
YB,
the
what's these
man.
pictures, man? What's these pictures, YB?
You got to
watch the
stop,
pictures.
man. You got to stop with the pictures, bro. You
Why
got to
be put
stop.
it down?
I gotta
Hey,
get
You got to take
Mike.
that
Come
down,
on,
bro.
YB.
Lamont, you said the man was running around saying in his head he wanted to be like Mike.
Black Sam, I didn't say this. Black Sam, I didn't say this.
No.
He
You
said-
said somebody.
Six
Yeah,
Pick
you
came
said
on
somebody
here.
that
That's
played-
crazy.
He said when I stepped on the court with Jordan in '96, he said, "Man, I was in awe." He was like, he said, "I want to be." He said, "The Nike songs," and he said, everything just came in his head.
Bro, how are we capping when the dude said it on
That is
this
sad,
live?
bro. I'm not even gonna lie. That's like
I want to
YMCA
be like
basketball.
Mike.
No,
Imagine
leave.
if-
I don't know why you left real low. Ro, I was trying to let you cook, man. I'm trying to keep him quiet. Y'all gotta. When Ro come up here, I told y'all. Look, think about it. When any of the guys from the Zesty communities come up here, Olo, no, and I'm just being all seriously. They can tolerate chaos and madness on other lives, but if it gets a little bit, even somewhat chaotic over here, they just tuck tail and get up out of here. I don't know why, and I'm trying to quiet y'all down, man. I'm trying to hear King Ro.
I left because this is your little crash room. I said Gerald Wilkins. They laughed at the name. You know that's the brother.
No, I'm trying to quiet. I don't. You just sometimes you got to filter out
okay.
the noise. You just talking to the masses. Of course, you gonna have people laughing. Who cares? Just get your point out. I'm gonna try to make sure we hear you. I'm gonna mute them.
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna do all that. Here to finish your point about Gerald Wilkins and John
It's not
Stark.
that I'm mad at it's not that I'm mad at but it's like, bro, that's Dominique's brother, that Gerald Wilkins. And what I'm saying is, he did go on the Cavaliers when they played in the playoffs after leaving the Knicks and said, "I am the Jordan stopper." If y'all want to look it up,
I know.
y'all
We
can
know.
look it up.
We know.
Okay.
He proclaimed himself the Jordan
Jordan
stopper when he's with the Cavs.
Yeah,
It doesn't. Hold on. It does not matter what the results are. The fact that Gerald Wilkins had to basically proclaimed it and it at least went out there and tried is what I respect. I don't care about what the results were. No, but again, that's one example. That is not indicative of the entire '90s. We know this.
Of course. Oh, there were people that feared him. There were people that said, let's not provoke that guy. Let's not give him a reason. See, Jordan was just a naturally competitive dude. And if you gave him a reason, if you gave him any bulletin board material, we all know this, right? You don't sit there and say, I'm gonna shut down Randy Moss. Randy Moss is gonna come and make a point of going out there and getting 200 yards on your ass. For certain people, you don't provoke.
Now in the game, King Speech, in the game of basketball, if you played, I played, we know that a large part of having success in the game of basketball is your confidence. If you don't have the confidence to do anything, you're not going to be able to be effective on a basketball court. A lot of it has to do with your cockiness, your confidence, knowing that you can go out there and do it. They're like Kobe. Kobe had the confidence. Kobe was cocky. He was conceited because you can be that way when you put in the work. In basketball, the guys that lack the confidence are the guys that I know aren't putting in the work in the gym. Those are the people that run around saying, I'm in fear or I'm worried. If you are in the gym putting in work, this is why Kobe feared nobody. This is why the players of the day fear nobody, because they are confident in the work that they're consistently putting in. So I'm doubtful of how hard you actually worked or if you cared for the game as much as you say. If you step onto a court and say you fear Jordan, it's hard for me to trust that.
Well, I 100% agree. 100% agree with what you just said, right? And again, anybody that made it to the NBA in any era put in a lot of work to get there. I mean, some guys were just not, some guys were tall, but even then, Sean Bradley put in a lot of work to get into the NBA. He just wasn't what they thought he was going to be, but he was still. I mean, go look at his shot blocking totals. I mean, he was a good, he was good at something. But that's what I'm saying. All I just wanted to say is there were guys that challenged Mike, but most of them that did.
Who? Outside of Gerald Wilkins and you said John Starks. I mean, I don't consider that.
The Kevin Garnett story, right? With Isaiah Ryder, right? Where the rookie Kevin Garnett was saying, "Oh Isaiah, you busting his ass," and Isaiah Ryder's like, "Not."
But I don't remember We're talking about 90s players. I think the
But
Kobe's.
what they saying is,
Hold on. I think the
Rodgers should've
Kobe's.
been on that same shit.
No, I'm saying I think the Kobe's, Isaiah Riders, the guys that came in the 90s, these are more so 2000s players than anything. I consider Kobe a 2000s player. He came in the 90s, but Kobe's mentality was part of a new age. Like Iverson and these guys who came in, Iverson came in going right at Jordan's neck. Grant Hill when came in going right at it was.
And they love Jordan.
The 80s players going into the 90s were the breed of players who feared. The 90s players going into the 2000s were basically the players saying every time we see Jordan,
that's Jesus and sneakers right there.
Hold on one second. Hold on. So when you see Iverson was going right at Jordan's head. He's a 2000s player. Kobe was going right at Jordan every time he saw him. Mm-hmm. Again, these 2000s guys didn't have this lackluster, I want to be scared mentality. They was trying to make a name for themselves off of Jordan. They wasn't running around being scared of Jordan.
Two names. You think Joe Dumars and Byron Scott were feared Jordan, or did they had a healthy respect for Jordan and knew, hey, I can compete with this dude, but let me not say nothing real stupid. Let's just stick to the game.
That's fear. That's fear.
So you think,
you lost.
You think? Oh, I'm gonna ask you. Do you think Byron Scott and Joe Dumars fear? Because again, you talk about two guys that probably had a certain level of success against Jordan. It's just like
I never heard Joe Dumars come out and say he feared Jordan.
Of course, because he beat him 3 times, right? So he beat him 3 times. So why would he fear him?
I'm only referring to the 90s players that feared Jordan. Joe Dumars to me, had most of his success in the 80s. And by the time the 90s hit, the injuries had kicked in and the Pistons were already fell off the map. They were never even competitive in the 90s.
You remember what Sharon Wright said about your boy Rodman? About how he's like, when I first played Rodman, I was gonna face guard him, I was gonna do whatever I can. He not getting 20 rebounds. You remember that live? I remember it. Yeah. He played Rodman that night too. And he said, I was doing everything I could. And you look up at the scoreboard, Rodman had 24 rebounds or some shit on him, right? So again, it's like just certain guys were they were so good at what they did. And I think that's what it is. I think it was a healthy respect. I don't know about fear. It's just like, we're not going to poke this bear because I don't want to be the reason why this motherfucker can get 50 of them. He's going to get his 30 anyway. He'll get his 30 anyway.
Hey, can I say something real quick? So what I believe is if that was the case, then these are probably guys who probably didn't play on well teams. Because as you just said, like the Detroit Pistons, what I remember and what I've read is that when Michael Jordan was getting knocked down so hard, he went to the commissioner because of the Detroit Pistons. So I don't think anybody on the Detroit Pistons side was fearing anything from Michael Jordan. I think if anybody feared or anybody would say, oh, Mike's coming to bust asses, just teams who were so-so teams and they had one good player on their team.
Well, I mean, again, I just said Dumars and Scott won 5 rings combined before Jordan won his first. So again, it's like I don't fear him because I'm a champion myself, but I have a healthy respect of knowing that when we play them, I'm not trying to get 45 dropped.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
But why do we keep talking about players who I don't know are on record saying it? I'm talking about the players who have went publicly on record saying, and they were stars of the 90s, and they were saying that they feared Jordan.
Well, did you see what I dropped about KJ? I think I dropped it on YouTube. KJ had how he had to switch to Jordan
and he said he was in fear. Yeah, he said he was in fear.
He said
KJ, y'all. KJ in the NBA Finals, y'all.
44 in the first 2 games.
No. It wasn't about what he will. KJ said the coach told me going into game 3, you got to guard Mike. Yeah. KJ said I was in fear. He said when we went in the locker room, he said I wasn't even looking up at the board. He said I thought it was a dream. KJ went into the game scared. Is it a surprise to me that the Suns now lost that series when you get an assignment like that? Because Gary Payton didn't say he got feared. He said he was mad that George Karl didn't put him on Jordan sooner. Right? So Gary Payton's an example of a guy who the success you can have when you don't fear somebody, because that might have been Jordan's most inefficient NBA Finals, because you have a guy on you who, yes, Jordan's better, but Gary Payton does not fear you, and he's not scared of you. So you have success when you have confidence. Gary Payton's game was largely built on he was one of the most confident and braggadocious players in the league. He was confident. He said it out loud. He wasn't scared to go at the best players in the league. That's why he had success.
He's still like that.
And
He's
his
still like
whole
that
game,
now.
and Lamont, his whole game was shit talking. So you think he was going to make an exception towards Mike? But again,
I'm just giving an example of what confidence
look, he was
gives you.
successful, right? No, you're right. He was successful. Because go look at the 2 games, right? Mike goes 5-19. Mike goes what? 6 for 19. And then that last
we know
one,
Jordan was inefficient that series because of Gary Payton's defense. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we said.
In this day and age, in this era, if they did that, they'd have put Peyton on him from the jump.
No, it's not about the outcome because I don't want to go into this. I don't want to go into a long spiel.
No, I'm just saying
having
having that mentality as a team. You know what I'm saying? Hey, put Peyton on him from the jump.
And it's not about this. Is not about the outcome. You can have confidence and still get your ass bust.
Yeah.
But that happens. I'm not talking about the outcome. I'm talking about if you walk in the door with this mentality of just fear, you already are now self-defeated. You have absolutely zero chance.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
But you misunderstanding me. I'm talking about the mentality. That's what I'm talking about. Like going in as a team, being smart, new era basketball. Like, hey, our best chance is putting Peyton on him. And they wouldn't even be a discussion. You know what I'm saying? They should have done that from the jump. That wasn't smart basketball on George Karl part. That's what I'm saying.
That's a tactical mistake. Yeah, he made a tactical mistake. Yeah. I'm just talking about the mentality because this is not about wins, losses, outcomes, who scored what buckets on who. I'm just saying when you walk in the gym, like when you walk in the gym, like if I walk into a gym and I know it's some elite runs, right? And I see, a former pro over there, like I tell the story all the time of when I was hooping against Ryan Hollins, the big center.
Yeah, I know Ryan Hollins.
I walked in the gym thinking we was about to win that game. It didn't turn out the way I wanted to, but I didn't walk in and talk about I'm scared. I walked in thinking, you know what, we about to get these dudes buckets. But they gave us buckets. It went the wrong way. But I'm not gonna walk in the door scared. Like the outcome means nothing. But if you walk in with low confidence, scared, how can you win? It doesn't surprise me why you couldn't beat Jordan. Nobody tested him. Nobody pushed him.
I think it's healthy respect. KJ was a dude. What Anderson said about KJ.
Hey, your mic, King Ro. Something's wrong with your mic.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, I got the habit of putting my hand on the mic. Okay, so Iverson said KJ was the first dude in the league to bust my ass. So again, Iverson, you know what I'm saying? Like it just maybe he was just scared of the height difference or whatever. Again, he made the story funny by saying, "Well, I held him to 40 a game. Marley gave up 44." You know what I'm saying? I held him to under his average. His average was 44 going into it. I mean, it's just what it is. Mike was just, I get it. But I think it's the difference between fear and healthy respect, or a fine line in between fear and healthy respect. If you feared him, then he already got you. He already had you beat. You already done. If you're gonna fear a dude on the court, that's it. But I'll let it in.
No, I don't. No, hold on, Herm. You still gotta. While we got you here, now, where did you get your calculation that LeBron took 735 jump shots in the NBA Finals?
Again, the number is 744 jump shots. That's mid-range and three-pointers. He took 271
I got you. Now,
1,200. Right? Go ahead.
So LeBron James has taken 1,212 shots in the NBA Finals.
Okay.
And you're telling me that out of those 1,200 shots, that LeBron James has taken 700 mid-range jumpers and threes combined.
No. Okay, mid-range jumpers and threes combined. Yes. Shots. Again. Wait.
No.
Y'all laugh,
hold on.
Yeah. Let's look at it logically, guys. 1,211 minus 745. That means he took 400 and something dunks and layups.
No, but the stats, the shot chart for his career shows that the only reason why I was getting on you, because when I pulled up his shot chart, I could pull it up for you right here. It says that the official shot chart for LeBron James says that he shoots 60% dunks and layups in the NBA Finals, and he's taken 600 dunks or layups in the NBA Finals. He's made 373 out of 600. So the official LeBron James shot chart says that he's taken 370. He's made 373 of 600. No. So what I'm saying is that now takes. So if we take 600 from 1,212, that gives us 612 shots remaining. So where are you getting like? There's that. The math don't make sense. That's all I was saying to you. The math ain't math.
I'm gonna say it does because again, you're probably looking at shot distance.
No, I'm not. It says dunks or layups. It says LeBron
Are you
James.
sure? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is half of his that's roughly half, right?
Yes.
600. So are you telling me
that is
regular, hold on, in the regular season? Hold on, in the regular season for his, okay, in the regular season for his career, is half of his shots dunks and layups?
I don't know. I haven't calculated that. Hold on. I'm only calculating what's been calculated for the NBA Finals. So
we got
all I was asking you, King Rose, where did you get that number from? Like, where did you get it from?
Well, the numbers were tabulated. Again, I actually took it from Otto. And hold on. Listen. The numbers were tabulated.
From where?
The fact of the matter is, it logically makes sense because you would think
who tabulated
in the finals, you're playing better defenses that are able to make LeBron a jump shooter. Okay, if he's not taking half of his shots, dunks and layups in a regular season when he's playing the New Jersey Nets of the 7 and the 1.
Where'd you get it from though, King's Speech? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, so this is again these are numbers that were tabulated. You can look at shot distance and all of that.
But where can I find where you got yours?
Where can I? So first of all, I copied it. I then look before I put up anything.
You copied it off of what though?
Somebody posted that graph, and then I reposted it. So yes, okay. So you might find it to be funny, but here's the thing about King.
I didn't laugh. I'm not laughing at you.
Before I post anything, I do check the source to make sure it makes factual sense. So now it does make factual sense to me because if you look at the ratio, that would be 2/3 of his shots being jump shots and not or less than 2/3 actually, more like 60.
Okay, so here's all the threes. So like we can literally go to all his threes and we have the exact number of threes, right? Now you are right. That like so for the exact number of threes, obviously like for the NBA Finals, he's taken only 16 threes from this corner. From this wing right here, he's taken 65. At the top of the key, he's taken 80 in the NBA Finals. Right here on this wing, he's taken 110. And right here in this corner, so obviously we can see from the numbers, he really doesn't shoot the corner three a lot. He's only taken a combined 33s.
Yeah.
So again, we can literally add these up. And when we get to the mid range, like when you see the small dots. The small dots are indicating that these are very low.
Low frequency.
Okay, yeah. So 20 from here, 32 from here, 22 from here, 57 from here, 38 from here. What I'm saying is starting to not. The math is like you're running into a math problem. You're not running into like King Rose speech is just absolutely wrong problem. You're just running into just basic math. So again, he's taken 600 layups or dunks in the NBA Finals. That leaves 612 shots remaining. It's literally. Hold on. Let me finish. It's literally mathematically impossible for him to have taken 735 mid-range jumpers if 600 of those shots have been layups or dunks. And we know that. I mean, even LeBron James gets chastised for being a player that lives at the rim. Like we talk about the fact that all he does is bully people and get to the rim. All he does is drive, right? Because they knock. They say he doesn't take the mid-range jumper. He can't shoot. But now you're telling me that he's taking more mid-range jumpers than even some of the greatest shooters in NBA history.
Overall jumpers, Lamont. Overall jumpers.
Okay,
three-pointers, right?
Okay, right. So like we add up his threes, right? Like we can add up his threes. So 16
it's
plus
290. It's like 291, right? 290 something.
Now let me get my calculator.
Because if you go and look at his final, you can go Google his final stats, right? It's about 291 shots, 290 something, and from 3-point range. That would leave about 460 something in the mid range.
So you saying LeBron James is taking 460 mid range jumpers in the NBA Finals?
Yes, because I can't believe he took 600 dunks a layup. Okay, hold on.
Why you can't believe
segment.
LeBron James of all players gets to the rim enough to take
You know what? Okay, look. If I'm gonna look at 2007, right? We know that what San Antonio did to him, right? We know that San Antonio met a wall and met him at the rim. So that means he took 32 layups and dunks against San Antonio, and he took 56 jump shots. Didn't he take 88 shots overall for the series?
Okay, do you want me to pull up his shot chart for that series?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, let's just pull up his shot chart for the series.
But we know that San Antonio
I just hope you understand that's one of
no, hold on. Kingsby's Row. Kingsby, hold on. Kingsby's Row. Hold on. I just want you, hold on. This is what I want you to look at, Kingsby's Row.
Go ahead.
So
that's overall. Right?
Hold on. If LeBron James took 400 mid-range jumpers, do you know how dark these mid-range circles would be right here? They would be they would look like this. You would see a heavy concentration, because we know that LeBron James favors one side of the floor. Like for mid-range jumpers, we know that LeBron James loves this side of the floor right here, right? So let me make this bigger. And King's Fisher, I'm gonna let you cook. I'm just talking to the people for a second. So we know that LeBron James loves to shoot mid-ranges on this side of the floor because he's extremely low volume on the right side. He's high volume on this left side over here. All right. Gotcha. So in the NBA, so we can count these over here. In the NBA Finals, he is barely shooting. Like it has a number right here. We see 32 mid-range jumpers on the right wing, and then 20 mid-range jumpers, 20 to 28. I guess if you want to count some of these. Hold on, let me finish. I'm just trying to get to the math of this. So these we know for sure are jumpers. These right here, anything that's right in the lane, this is LeBron we're talking about. Some of these might be jumpers. Most of them are probably just LeBron just taking off, getting to the rim. But we'll just give you these as jumpers. We know a lot of these. So that's 38, that's 57, 32, 20. You got a long way to go to get to 400 because there should be a heavy concentration of at least 100 to 200 jumpers somewhere, and we're not seeing that. We're seeing heavy concentration. Okay. Hold on, let me just get to the math. We're seeing heavy concentration in the paint right at the rim. This is why it's so dark. We're seeing his lowest concentration is mid-range, but you're telling me that his heaviest concentration should be mid-range jumpers, LeBron James, 400 in the finals. Remember, this is his NBA Finals shot chart. We do know that he loved to take those threes off like kind of the screen and pop, right? Right. He loved those. He's not a great catch and shoot. He's not a great just catch and shoot player, but he loves to kind of catch it, on the go. This is why he took a lot on his right wing and at the top of the key, because he loves to really pull up off the dribble for those threes. But that concentration of threes isn't even as significant compared to what he does in the paint. LeBron James is just a player that lives in the paint. That's where he does a lot of his damage, right there at the paint. And I'm just trying to figure out, where is this heavy concentration of mid-range jumpers coming from when we look at his shot chart?
Okay, so let's marry this. Number one, what I can see from the mid-range jumper, the success rate marries, right?
No, we're just talking about the attempts. We're just talking about the attempts right now.
Right, you're right. So right there, if I believe that the percentage of makes job, okay, everything in the paint. Let's just say, let's just say right there. You see that heavy dot on the right on the right foul line, right? Basically the paint line.
Where right?
What
here?
if some of those
right elbow? Where? You talking about these? You talking about this right here? Where I highlighted?
Well, no, go further down. So go down back to the paint. So let's just say the right one right there, that quadrant. That might not be a layup just because he's shooting it in the paint.
So King Street Row. Hold on. So you're telling. So again, you remember, we've watched LeBron James play for a significant portion of his career. This has nothing to do with LeBron glaze or being a LeBron fan. But I think one thing across the board, whether you're a LeBron James hater, whether you're a Jordan fan, I think most fans can agree on the fact that LeBron James does the bulk of his damage of scoring going downhill to the basket. He does not. LeBron James does not get to the paint to turn and fade out of the paint. When LeBron James in his prime got into the paint, it's over. He's scoring at the rim, and there's little to nothing you can do at it. So if you're trying to convince me that some of these heavy volume shots are LeBron James stopping and shooting fadeaways in the paint, Okay, but this is LeBron we're talking about. We're not talking about Kenny Smith.
If it's LeBron, hold on. But if it's LeBron with a dunk with Dunk in there, you can't believe that maybe he might have faded away.
What did that look like? What did that look like when LeBron James went at Duncan? Would you remember?
I mean, you thought he dunked on him every time, or you got a layup over him every time? No,
it looked like we know that LeBron James is what you call a downhill finisher. When he gets downhill, he gets downhill. He's not the type of player to play off 2 feet and fade and turn into jumpers. He's not going to get to the paint and shoot floaters.
So you telling me he never took one of those shots in the NBA Finals against the elite defenses of his time? So right off the bat, I know that he played 3 of his final series against Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan is in the game for 3 of his final series.
Okay, so how many of these 600 shots do you believe are jump shots?
Maybe 120 of them are floater. Maybe like a few of them.
A floater is not a jump shot. A floater's not a jump shot.
It might be counted as a shot. Yes, it might be. So it's not a layup either. It's not a layup or dunk either. So either way, this is what I'm saying. It goes back to marry the success rate. I believe he makes. Let's put it this way. I believe because even the San Antonio series, right? He made 30. I think he took 36 out of 50 layups. Okay. He made 36 out of 50 layups.
Okay, so hold on. So here's another mathematical problem that you're running into, King Row. LeBron James in the NBA Finals shoots 48% from the field, correct?
Yes.
If LeBron James is as bad, if over 700 of his shots were threes, where we know he shoots 35% in the NBA Finals, and if his mid range, what did they say he shoots from mid range? Around 39%, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
it would almost be mathematically impossible for him to shoot. If he shot 700 mid-range jumpers, if he shot 400 mid-range jumpers at less than 40%, he shot 200 shots at 35% from the 3. There's not enough layups there to push his average up to 48%.
See,
so now you're running into a math problem.
Hold on, because I'm very analytical with the numbers. You got to let me cook for at least 20 seconds.
No, hold on. I'm gonna let you cook. Let me talk. Let me talk to the. Hold on, I'm talking to the people, you guys. This literally is just now coming down to 5th grade math. Right, when we pull his we know that he shot in 200 some odd 3-pointers in the NBA Finals at 30. Hold on, King Speech Row. I don't need you saying it. We got the number. Hold on, please, King Speech Row. You're just disrupting me again. Here's the problem you're running into is 5th grade math. Now he left because I had to mute him. 292 threes at 35%. He said he shot. King Speech Row is now telling us that he shot over 400 something odd mid-range jumpers at less than 40%. There are not enough layups available. Even if he's have to shoot layups at like 90% to push him up to a high enough percentage to where he's at now. He would have had to shoot like 90% layups to push his average up high enough to get to 48%. He's literally only shooting 62% in the paint. It's impossible for him to shoot 62% at the rim. And with that volume that King Speech Row is saying, over 400 mid-range jumpers, but as we can see, he does not have no 400 mid-range jumpers. If he shot mid-range jumpers at less than 40%, we can give King Speech Row 32% because King Speech Row is taking it down even lower. It's impossible for him to shoot 48% in the NBA Finals. There are not enough shots left for him to get. He would have had to shoot those remaining shots at damn near 100%. What I'm saying to you, King Speech Row, is you're getting defeated by 5th grade math. You're not even getting defeated by anything else. There's no argument here. You're just running into a mathematical problem. It's mathematically impossible for him to shoot less than 30, this percentage that you guys say, 30, 32%, 33% on 400 jumpers, 35% from the 3-point line. Do you know he would have had to shoot close to 100% on dunks and layups to push his average up to where it needs to be to get to 48%, which is where it is now? Impossible. You're running into a math problem. You're not running into a me problem. You keep thinking this is me. You can't talk your way out of just basic math. It's the math that you're getting defeated by. You're not getting defeated by FYF Sports. You got 5th grade math kicking your ass right now. Are you smarter than a 2nd grader? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? You might need to go on that show. Here, I'll give you your 20 seconds. But you are getting defeated by 5th grade math. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so can I get the 20 seconds?
Give him 20 seconds.
Explain the math. Explain the math to me. Explain the math to me. Explain the math.
I know for a fact. Okay, can I get 20 seconds without you speaking, Lamont? Whenever you want to count it. Okay. So against the Spurs, he goes 36 out of 50 from dunks and layups. 36 out of 50 from dunks and layups. I mean, no, I'm sorry. He made 72% of his dunks and layups against the Spurs. When you put that zone, hold on. He shot 62%. It says it on your numbers. So are you to tell me the rest of his finals, he shot less of a success rate from dunks and layups than he did against the Spurs at 22? So again, there's certain characteristics of shots. He did not get 600 dunks and layups. That's half of his shots because he doesn't even get that as a percentage in a regular season. Again, there's different. Hold on, some of those shots are considered jump shots in the paint. The dunks and layups are the ones he's going towards the basket and finishing within 3 feet.
Hey, you guys.
You so passionate
Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Hey,
King Speech
I
Row.
don't mean to
King's,
intercept.
hold on one second. Hold on one second, Mark. King
This is
Speech
the
Row.
shot chart.
King Speech Row. This is his 2007 shot chart.
Yes, he makes 10 shots outside of the paint.
Where are most of his?
Says it on my graph.
Okay, what I'm saying is.
What the fuck?
Okay, what I'm
For
saying
the
is.
series, he made 10 shots.
King Speech
Why
Row.
he so mad,
King
though?
Speech Row. We know that he shot poorly in 07, but the Bron James that you saw in 07 was not the same Bron that you saw in 2016. He was a different Bron. Hold on, please. You talked and I'm talking. Now, when we pull up, right? Hold on. So this I'm saying right here, and I'm not like you keep taking all of this personal when
I don't take it personal.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, King Speech Row. What I'm saying is you're not running into a FYF sports problem. You're literally running into a math problem. So let me do it. Hold on, King Speech Row. Listen so you can explain. Listen. Okay, listen. We know for a fact, the one thing that is absolutely, we know for a fact, and I'm going to tell you, look, I'm going to pull out my calculator so we could do the math. You said that he's taken 291 threes in the NBA Finals, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. Stop, hold on. So he's taken a total of 1,212 shots in the NBA Finals. We're going to minus 291. That now leaves 921 shots, okay? Now, the problem with this is, hold on, King Speech Row. He shot those 291 threes at 35%. This 35% is far below his finals field goal percentage. He shoots 48.8% in the NBA Finals. So now 291 of those shots he's shooting at 35%. Okay, so in the mid-range, by your numbers, you're saying that he took how many mid-range jumpers?
The overall jump shots is 744. So let's do that.
Okay, so 744 minus 291. 744 minus 291. So you're saying, hold on. That's all we needed, King Speech Row. Hold on. No, I didn't ask you to respond. I'm doing the math. So, y'all, according to King Speech Row, LeBron has taken 447 mid-range jumpers, right? And what percentage does he shoot those jumpers from, King Speech Row?
I don't care about the percentage. 453 he takes in the 2-point range. 453 2-point shots based on mine. You don't believe mine.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. Bro, stop, because you're just now deflecting. So, according to please, stop. Okay, 453, I got you. Because right now you're still.
Let me get it out, my nigga.
Okay, now do the math. Make the math work. Get us to 48% overall, please. Get us to
I ain't so
48%.
mad though.
Make the math work. Be a fifth grader. Be a fifth grader and make the math work. Be a fifth grader and make the math work.
So even in your zone where you say he's shooting 62% of the 600, right? Again, what I'm explaining to you is in that 62% success rate, in that zone around the basket, some of those are jump shots that he's missing. Because
Like
I
a big ass
guarantee
kid.
hold on, I guarantee you his dunk and layup success rate at the basket rate is probably in the 70s, since it was in the 70s against the Spurs. I can't believe that it goes down as he becomes a bigger, stronger, better player. Not, against Golden State, he's not playing a Tim Duncan. Against who else did they play in the finals?
Who else?
There's
You
no
don't name
Tyson
like 3
Chandler.
names.
Hold on. There's no Tyson Chandler. He plays Tyson Chandler. I'm sure his success rate went down in 11, right? 12. He plays against Serge Ibaka and Kendrick
A
Perkins.
stripper.
His success rate ain't 72% as well. So at some point, yes, maybe some of those in the paint baskets are not necessarily what he's making. Some of them he actually are taking a jump shot in the paint. You can take a jumper or floater or something in the paint. So this is my number says 744 on all shots. That don't mean I cannot believe that this man took half of his shots in the finals as dunks and layups because better defenses are in the paint, and he does not take 50% of his shots dunks and layup in the regular season. And that's how I'm going to marry the number.
Okay, so I'm going to hold on a second, King Speech Row. Please, King Speech Row. I'm gonna break the math down since you want to pretend that since you want to act like we are all dumb. Since you want to come up here. So again, y'all, hold on here, y'all. Look, we're gonna take him back to 5th grade math because I keep telling this absolute bona fide idiot. Go get your kid and put him on the goddamn phone because he probably knows how to do math better than you because you're running into a math. So hold on a second, y'all. We're going to do the math for King Speech Row. So check this out, y'all. This is where he's running into a problem because these dudes, they think that they forget that we actually going to break down the science behind this because he's an absolute stupid dummy that thinks we going to believe this. So LeBron James, this is the facts that we know. LeBron James has taken 1,212 shots in the NBA Finals at 48.8% from the field. Fact. You cannot get around that. So the other fact that we know is LeBron James has taken 291 threes at 35%. That's a fact. You cannot get around that. Now, the only way King Speech Row logic works, right? I want y'all to check this out. This is where his math fails. If LeBron James has taken 453 mid-range jumpers, and we're going to give LeBron James, King Speech Rose said that LeBron was shooting 32% from the mid-range, something horrible, right? Right? So remember, they say he can't shoot the mid-range, right? Even if I push it up as high as I possibly can from the mid-range. Hold on one second, Mar, you got a little background noise, so I'm gonna mute you. All right. So we're just gonna push it we're just gonna say that he shot these 453 mid-range jumpers at 36%, which is for LeBron is high for the mid-range, right? Because it's possibly lower. That means that the remaining shots that he would have need to take at the rim, that LeBron James would have had to shoot 71% or higher from the rim. And that's if we give him a favorable mid-range percentage of 36%. According to people, when we looked at that 07 shot chart, that 07 shot chart for the mid-range from LeBron looked nasty. He definitely didn't shoot 36% from the mid-range in that series, right? This is where the math starts kicking him in the ass because now he's basically saying that LeBron James is arguably one of the greatest NBA Finals finishers at the rim in history. Way better than Akeem and all these guys because now, based on his own math, the math is kicking him in the ass. I want y'all to do the math because remember, the percentages is what's kicking him in the ass. LeBron James shoots 48% from the field in the NBA Finals. We have to get to 48% somewhere because if he's only shooting 35% from the three-point line, which is below 48, if he's only shooting some 30-odd% from the mid-range, which is below 48, he has to be shooting high somewhere to help bring it up. And the only thing that saves him is that he has the highest volume of his shots in the paint. That's what the shot chart says. King Rose says he took his data from another person, he screenshot it, and he takes it as fact. He can't tell us where he got it from. King Speech Row, Tell us where you got this chart from. Tell us who gave you these graphics. Tell us where you got it from so we can go look it up. We're going to go source it because according to NBA.com, LeBron didn't take that many mid-range jumpers. You're telling us NBA is wrong. You're telling us Basketball Reference is wrong. You're telling us StatMuse is wrong. But you won't tell us where you got your information of LeBron taking over 700 combined mid-range jumpers and threes out of his 1,212 shots in the NBA Finals, as if he's not one of the greatest downhill players in NBA history. King's Speech Road, there's literally only one way to do the math. What are you talking about? I'm doing the math wrong. What are you talking about? Oh, my God. Look. Oh, my God, bro. These dudes are absolutely stupid, man. Oh, my God, man.
Oh, look like you better make you crash out, man.
No, it's not crash out. What I'm saying is, one, he didn't come up here and tell us where he got the information. He said he screenshotted it from another. He don't even know where this idiot got his stuff from. We already know by the design of the graph that he had, that this dude made it on Canva, right? I make all types of stuff on Canva, so I know how it was made. This dude is not sourcing where we pulled up LeBron James' official shot chart. We have the shot chart. We see where his volume lies. It's no secret. We know the exact volume from the three-point line.
Anybody can get
Hold on 1 second. We have the volume from the three-point line because in the NBA, there's literally a three-point line. So we know what his volume is and his percentage. Now, in the mid-range, we have to take a guess, but we know what dunks and layups are. According to his shot chart, LeBron James has taken 300. He's made 373 dunks or layups. No, King Rowe did not get kicked. He ran off Adrian Knight because he cannot do fifth grade math.
Oh, he ran off?
Yes, I didn't kick him.
Estimate about 20%.
No, hold on. Watch this. Hold on. No, watch this. Here, let me. Because we're just gonna go with King Rowe Speech Row exact numbers.
I don't mean to intercept.
Hold on 1 second. Let me put it on the screen. There ain't no intercepting nothing. Bro. I'm gonna. King Speech Row owe me money too. Well, he about to owe me money. He owe me a ton of money from a stupid bet. Yeah, he owe me a big grand. Bro. Okay, so hold on. Let me share the screen, y'all. I'm going to share the screen of the math, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys the math.
I'll pay my debts.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Well, I'll let you hash it out. I promise I'm going to let you hash it out. Hold on. Let me bring this up. I'm going to show you guys the exact math, and I'm going to show you why the math is kicking him in the ass, not me. He wants us just to stop at his blanket chart like it's facts. Come on, man, stop it. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Told you. Go get your fifth grader King Speech Row because your fifth grader might understand his math a little bit better than you. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. This had nothing to do.
There you go.
He's right here.
So once again, no, see what you do is, again, every time I explain the math or logic,
you don't know math
or logic, you interrupt. Bruh, like I came up to talk about Jordan stoppers, right? I came up to talk about guys who weren't scared of Jordan. But you asked me about something from the other day because it's still kicking you in the ass. Again, you cannot tell me that LeBron shot 600. Half of his shots at the back.
So King's Reach Row. So since the math is easy, I'm gonna let you. So hold on. No, we're just doing this because it lays it out for you. Hold on. King's Reach Row. Can you shut up while we do the math? You don't stop talking because you know you're wrong. So the math is in front of everyone. Hold on 1 second, Mark. We're gonna break the math down right in front of him so he knows it's not a finesse job. So we're gonna go with his percentages because he says that LeBron shot less than the 36% from the mid-range.
Shut up, King.
Can I finish? When I'm talking, I'll let you go as soon as I'm done. Please, I'll let you go when I'm done. Just hold 1 second. Just hold. I'm just asking you to hold 1 second. So it says, let's break it down. So it says in total makes needed. Remember, we're talking about, so LeBron James's field goal percentage, y'all, is on the screen. 48% in the NBA Finals. That's a fact. We cannot get around that. Total shots. LeBron James has taken 1,212 shots in the NBA Finals. That's a fact. We can't get around that. And I'm gonna zoom in on, no, it's big enough for y'all to see. Right. So the target field goal percentage is 48%. Now, the threes. We know that what the threes are. 291 threes by 35%. That's a fact. That's locked in. Now, according to King's Speech roll numbers, LeBron James is shooting a mid-range jumper. He shot 453 of them. According to King's Speech math, 32%. Now, that leaves only a certain amount of shots at the rim left, right? So now the only thing remaining are the shots at the rim. So with the remaining attempts, so that's going to be 1,212 minus 291 minus 453 leaves us 468 shots at the rim, right? These are going to be the so-called layups and dunks, right? So he needs to make, out of the 468 shots, he has to shoot those shots at 71% to push his average up to 48% in the NBA Finals. So I want to know what numbers do we find any numbers on any shot chart that says LeBron James shot anywhere close to 71% in the paint at the rim?
So you wait. You
Nothing.
don't think LeBron James shoots 72%?
No, because it's documented. He shoots 62% at the rim in the NBA Finals. It's literally documented.
Are you sure about that?
Go to NBA.com. It literally says at the rim. Go there.
So can I ask a question?
Man, what are you, man?
Can I ask a quick question? What is LeBron James at the rim dunk and layup?
Crash out, Lamont. Crash
This is the
out.
least of your words. This is the least of your words, Josiah.
It's so many ways. You said it's only one way to do math, brother.
There is one way to do math. It's only one.
Let Johnny up.
Ways to equate. Brother, my God, there are always different ways. There are different techniques.
Then give me the other technique. Then give me the other technique.
Everybody ain't good with decimals and percents and fractions, Lamont. Everybody ain't good with fractions and percentages.
Then give me the other technique, because math is math. Math don't change. Do you go to?
Hey, Lamont, I think I know what Rowan them did. Lamont.
One thing you're not marrying.
Hold on. What did Rowan them?
Every shot. I think I know what Rowan them did, Lamont. What did they do? This is what he's arguing. Okay, so LeBron takes 1,200 shots in total, right? Mm-hmm. He takes 200 of them as 3-pointers. So you exclude the 3-pointers.
20% of them come from mid-range, man.
Okay.
Why is everybody talking? Goat James Kingdom should be the only one talking right now. Come on.
Listen. So what that leaves you with is about like 900 to 1,000 shots, which to the Zesties, 30% of that is at the rim. Remember when Peter Bagjuice was up here, Lamont, at the rim means only dunks and layups. Mm-hmm. So they saying, like what Ro is saying right now, LeBron James is not taking 45 to 50% of his shots at the rim, which is what the chart shows us. The chart shows us that he's taking that at the rim, right? Mm-hmm. But they're not taking it as that. They're saying no. That listen, look, we know you Zesties don't know what at the basket or at the rim means. You guys don't know the understanding of shot taking and where guys taking shots from. So what they're doing, Lamont, is that they're basically saying out of those 1,000 shots, about 300 of them are at the rim. So they're going to exclude those. The rest is the jumpers. The floaters, like he was saying, these are all the jumpers.
No, but here's hold on. But hey, Johnny, here is hold on. Hey, Johnny, here is the problem. Mm-hmm. If you count more of his shots that are at the rim as mid-range shots, his mid-range shot chart percentages would be higher, because we know that LeBron James, when we showed Gilbert Arenas' shot chart, he said with LeBron, his chart looks weird because he takes off so far from the basket. He said LeBron will take off damn near from the free throw line for a layup, and in an NBA shot chart, it puts an X where you take off. So he says LeBron's shot chart looks weird because of his athleticism. So again, if you take all of these supposed makes that are happening outside of the paint and you say that these are mid-range jumpers, it only makes his mid-range percentage go up. According to King's Speech Row, LeBron is shooting 32% from the mid-range. So there's no way he's counting the floaters or the close ones around the paint. You're lying. Again, your percentages are not. Your math ain't mathing. The math. Okay. No, I'm gonna ask you three. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you three questions. I'm gonna ask you three questions and you can cook. I'm gonna ask you three questions. Hold on, Mar, you gotta hold, because Johnny's going. King's Speech is gonna run every time he hears
this
other
nigga
people
owe
talk.
me money.
Mar, okay, hold on. King's Speech. What did LeBron shoot from the 3-point line? Just tell me the number.
5%.
Hold on. Okay, what did LeBron? What as from your numbers? What did?
35%.
What? Okay, from your numbers, what did LeBron shoot from the mid range?
For my okay, so the mid range, I don't have those numbers, but here's what.
Okay, what do you think? Was he a good mid range shooter? Hold on, hold on 1 second, King Speech Row. Was he a good mid range shooter?
No, he's not. Obviously. Not.
So if you had to go with a hypothetical number, what would you say that number is?
He's 33, and even your number says show he's below league average.
Okay, so hold on. Wow. So hold on. So no, I just went with the number that I knew you would say. So I went with 32%. But do you go with? Do you? Hold on. Do you agree? But he's not high volume in the mid range, so it's not affecting his overall field. Hold on 1 second. He's not high volume in the mid range, so it's not dragging his overall. Can you please hold, bro? The volume does not impact. If you low volume in the mid range, your percentage is not going to hurt you as much. If you shot 1,000 shots, if you're high volume there, it's going to drag your percentage down. He's low volume there, so it's not tearing his overall field goal percentage up. Because if he shot, for example, if he shot low percentage in the rim, like for example, if he shot 30% at the rim out of 600 shots, his overall field goal percentage is going to get drugged down because that's a large volume of your 1,200 shots that you're taking at a low percent.
So look, Lamar. Here's real quick way to look at it. He's 35.1 from three, right? I got him 34.4 on all jump shots. I think that's what my thing said. I can go look again. 34. There's only a 0.7 reduction based on all of his 2-point shots. What you're trying to marry is the volume. And yes, he probably does not take all of his 2-point shots from the mid-range. Some of those things are like floaters or fadeaway jump shots from the baseline. Those are considered 2-point shots. They're considered shots because guess what? A fadeaway from the baseline, a turnaround is not a layup or dunk. So I believe he makes 72% of his dunks.
Okay, so where out of the chart that you had, where does it delineate between all of these shots, or did you just take it at face value?
It really does it. It's called all jump shots.
Do you realize how nice LeBron is?
Okay, hold on, Mar. Hold on. King Speech Row. Can you tell us? Hold on, King Speech Row. Can you just tell us where you? Who cares about Mar, man? Right now, why do you get sidetracked?
Right now, so you can shut the fuck up.
So you do owe him.
Hit me in the inbox. Follow me and hit me in the inbox, bro. So now, here we go.
Yeah, you owe me, nigga. No, what is you arguing about right now? LeBron, nice as shit. Do your eyes work, nigga? Do your eyes work,
my nigga? You're thirsty.
Fuck is wrong with you, nigga?
This with Lamar.
This a whole
fuck
math
is wrong
lesson.
with you, nigga? Do your eyes work?
Okay, so
what is you arguing about?
And get that, or you want to just inbox me your fucking cash app? So I'll give you.
Why do I gotta inbox you? We right here, right now.
Everybody
you owe me money, nigga.
I'll give you the
fuck
shit
is
right
wrong
now.
with you, bro?
Hold on, King Speech. Can you just cash out some right now, please?
Just give me my money.
Tell Lamar to do. So Lamar,
bring me my money.
Here's what I'm saying. Because
fucking clown, man.
Bitch better
have my money.
Hold on, y'all. Can y'all let King Speech Row finish so I can show y'all this?
Okay. So what I'm trying to say. There's probably about 100, maybe 100 shots that are considered 2-point shots that are not dunks and layups, yet they are around the rim. It could be floaters. It could be.
Those are not jumpers. Those aren't jumpers.
LeBron, nice as shit. What is you arguing about right now?
Lamar, we know these guys don't know the difference between a jump shot and floater and spot. They don't know this stuff.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so King Speech Row. King Speech Row. King Speech Row.
Yeah, 23, bro.
Hold on 1 second, Mar. So we're gonna simplify the math for you. So you said you tabulated that he shoots a combined 30%, 34% on threes and jump shots combined, correct? We can agree there.
34.4.
Okay, so now that you've given us, hold on, great. You've given us now math that helps us get to a conclusion. So we know he's taken 1,200. Hold on. It still takes us to the same conclusion. So we know for a fact that LeBron James has taken 1,212 shots and he shoots 48% in the NBA Finals, right? Yes. So again, if you combine the threes and mid-range jumpers and we get to 34% out of 744 shots, right? That still gives us a math problem because that means that still means he would need at the rim, he would need to shoot 70% or higher at the rim just to get to the 48% field goal percentage. There is nothing documented on NBA.com on any shot chart that shows that LeBron James for his entire career shoots 70% or higher at the paint. Every source that we have shows that LeBron James shoots around 60 to 62% at the rim. This is what's documented, not me, not some random chart that I snipped off somebody else's page. You can literally go to NBA.com. You can go to Basketball Reference. Hold on 1 second, King Speech Row. You can go to all of these documented sources where they've literally documented LeBron James's shots. And there's nothing that shows he shot 70% at the rim combined for all 10 of his NBA Finals runs. Do you know how great of a post player or player at the lane that is?
So once again, I'm gonna say this again.
Over LeBron greatness right now. He's a fucking idiot.
Hold on.
Okay, you got to stop cussing, Mar. You got to stop saying random stuff, man. Please.
This is the problem with Mar, bro. Like that nigga's a psycho.
Bitch, you owe me money. Fuck you, bro.
Zay doing a Laker game. I mean, goddamn.
Okay, hold on.
Now you bringing up right now. Nah, you gonna try to deflect. Don't let him. Don't let him. Don't let him.
Ignoring Mar for a minute. Maybe you want to drop.
Give me my money
when I leave.
Give me my money, bro.
Just give me my money.
Hold on.
Give me my money.
Hold on. You see,
King Speech roast better have my
Mar, just give him Mar, just give him your cash out. Everybody keeps like I appreciate the ad libs, but it's just killing our audio. Go ahead, King Speech Row. What is right now? I'm telling you that
I'm muted. King Speech Row. Lamar, the Lakers start in 10 minutes. Are we doing the game or not, man? We don't have time to teach you.
Okay, so can I finally finish this, please?
Yeah, go ahead and finish up so we can watch the Lakers play, man.
Okay, LeBron James made 10 out of 56 jump shots against the Spurs, right? That was his lowest. We all seen him letting him shoot, and we saw the shot chart. It's 17%. For him to get up to 35%, guess what? He had to have a 72% success rate at the rim because that was the lowest volumes of shot he took.
That's one series. We're talking about 10 finals combined.
Hold on.
What type of math is you doing?
Let's theorize this. If he was able to make a 72% success rate against Tim Duncan, why can't I believe in a 4 straight series without a Tim Duncan or anybody of that level on the Golden State Warriors that he didn't make a 72% success rate at the rim?
Okay. King Speech Row. Hold on, King Speech Row. The problem, and just so we can progress on King Speech Row, is the problem is we're not talking about one series.
I know that.
Hold on. We watched. Hold on, King Speech Row. Hold on, King Speech Row. Come on. I know you're panicking right now because the numbers ain't mathing for you. But at the end of the day, like I said, hold on 1 second.
For this man to be 45 years old.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Mark. Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second, Mark. What I'm saying is across 10 NBA finals, right, there have been some series where he's been decent behind the three-point line, where he shot better than average. There have been some series, especially against the Warriors or even against 2020 when his jumper got better. He was much better in the mid-range. His numbers has fluctuated as he's gotten better. Everything did not always look like 07. 07 is a one-off series because all the stars were inefficient. Tim Duncan was inefficient. Brown was inefficient. It was a defensive series. It's a one-off. It's not; those numbers are not indicative of who Tim Duncan is. Those numbers are not indicative of who Bron is. So what I'm telling you is, we all know LeBron's game. He lives at the rim. He's a downhill player. But you're now trying to convince us that LeBron James basically lives in the mid-range and at the three-point line.
70% of his
those numbers, the numbers that you gave are akin to Steph Curry. That's what his numbers look like. Basically a 2-to-3 ratio, threes and jumpers than at the rim. LeBron is not 2-to-3 ratio, threes and jumpers than at the rim. He takes far more shots at the rim than he does anything else. I don't know where your math. All I'm saying is the math is kicking you in the ass because there is no documented source. We have LeBron's. Literally, you can go to NBA.com and it says at the rim. There's nothing that like for LeBron to shoot 70% at the rim. But when you guys proclaim that he shoots this horrendous percentage from the mid-range, he's average to below average from the three-point line. But now he has to shoot damn near. This man is basically Shaquille O'Neal at the rim, right? Man,
Yes, can I give you a fact? Can I give you a
no,
fact?
I'm saying is do the math. I just want you to do the math for
Can I
me.
just give you a fact? This is what I do on every live, brother.
Hey,
No,
can somebody else get in the?
Can I give you a fact?
No. King Speech Road.
Get ready to watch the Lakers.
Just do the
23 years.
Just do the math for me.
Lamont, please.
You're only talking about
this nigga don't know basketball either,
bro. Can y'all look,
Pete
y'all?
don't know neither. Pete don't know what a mid-range shot is compared to
Can somebody else get in the convo?
No.
Between 0
There's not a conversation. This is literally not a conversation.
74.3%.
This is literally.
Lamont.
We're talking about the NBA Finals.
Lamont, can I show it to you? He shoots 74.3%.
But we're talking about the NBA Finals. It's been documented. It's been documented.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, Lamont. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they're doing, Lamont. They're using regular season average and taking it up and mounting it up. They're not doing real numbers.
I don't know what to tell you.
King Speech Road. It's literally documented in your face. At the rim is in your face.
62%, bro. That's what it says. It says 62%, bro. It says 62%.
All right, real quick. That's okay. See, that's not all at the rim. See, first of all,
what is it then?
Wait. This is not all 0 to 3. Hold on, right here. You can see this. Okay, so right here on the baseline, right here on the foul line, right here where the guy standing up. Is that 3 feet? Is that 3 feet?
No, but
wow. 3 feet. But bro, 74.3%.
But bro. This doesn't help you, bro, because if he's shooting 60% from that spot, like you say, that's outside the 3 feet, it would help his jump shot.
It would help it, but it wouldn't. No,
yes, it would. If you're counting these as mid-range jumpers, this helps it.
Listen. No. My God, that's 60% overall. Hold on, but that's down. Hold on, that's down from the 70.8. So
y'all shutting this down for the game?
Oh my God, man! Jesus, why do y'all come in here and just start blurting stuff out? I hate it when people just try to butt in the conversation. We talking to King Speech Road.
I'm gonna leave it with this in a restricted area.
Okay,
he ain't
talking about shit. Okay, hold on. King Speech Road. You can see where we got our information from. Can you please just tell us? Hold on. Can you please just tell us where you got? No. Please tell us where you got your chart from so I can see where the information derived from.
You keep entertaining this nigga.
Okay,
he's not talking
Mark.
Okay.
Oh man, why do y'all keep?
Lamont, are you gonna? I just got this from Reddit, Lamont. You know this.
King Speech Road. Where did you get the chart from? King Speech Road. He shoots 62% in NBA Finals. We're talking about the NBA Finals. We're talking about the. This is the NBA Finals. This is the NBA Finals numbers. This is the NBA Finals numbers.
I don't understand why y'all can't understand.
Okay, so King Speech Road. King Speech Road. Where did you get your chart from so we can see?
I done told you that already, my
brother.
Where?
Tell me where right now.
I'm trying to correlate. It's not.
Tell me where you got your chart from so I can pull it up right now. That's it. Just tell me where you got it from. I can pull it up right now so we can see what they were captioning. We can see the point they were trying to cross. We can see where they got their numbers because they got their numbers from somewhere. Show me where you got the chart from. Tell me where to go. Tell me where you sourced it. Just tell me where. I'm going to type it in. I'm going to pull it up. If you didn't create it on your own, tell me where you got it, and I'll pull it up. NBA.com, Basketball Reference, Data Baller. Where'd you get the chart from? Because we're only talking about the – and guys, just so you know, we're only talking about the NBA Finals. NBA Finals. This is not regular season. This is not playoffs. This is only his NBA Finals numbers. You guys know that you guys know that none of these LeBron James haters judge him based on regular season.
Now I'm a hater. Okay. Can I big screen it?
No. No. Tell me where you got the chart from.
Actually, I'm showing you something.
Tell me where you got the chart from. We're only talking about the – hold on. Look, y'all. As y'all can see on my chart, y'all, this is only NBA Finals. Hold on one second. King Speech Road. Your chart was only NBA Finals. I only want you giving me NBA Finals numbers. What you do in the regular season, as you guys say, is not the finals. You guys say he's a choker in the finals. You guys say he's a dropper in the finals. So only give me NBA Finals numbers. The chart that I'm giving you is documented from the NBA Finals. And from what you are telling us, I don't see some 400 and some odd mid-range jumpers, as you say, supposed to happen. Maybe you forgot that they chart these things or something, right? But this is not 453 jumpers. So either you're telling me that all of these documented sources are wrong and you and your invisible source are right. Tell us who your source is.
My source is right on my screen that you don't want to enlarge.
Tell me where you got the chart.
You do this three-card money shit all day. You're exposing yourself. Not every shot is in a restricted area.
Okay, we got that. Where'd you get your chart from?
How is he exposing himself when you owe him money?
40%.
And you're not even talking about nothing, bro.
He is 40% from 3 to 10. Look at
what
this.
What is wrong with you, bro?
What is this?
40% from 3 to 10.
What is this?
Okay, so this is basketball reference.
Okay.
He is 40%.
This is basketball reference.
What is this? What are these numbers for?
Yo, something is wrong with this nigga. FYF, bro. You just gotta realize something is wrong with this nigga, bro.
Mar, please.
And he never going like he don't get it.
You see,
Lamar,
he not going to acknowledge what you actually show him.
Hold on. Hey, Johnny. Hold on. Hey, Johnny, did you want to do it over here or did you want to do it on yours?
What is wrong with
you already over here arguing about nonsense. You're supposed to watch basketball.
It really is nothing. I'm
not trying to battle you on TikTok for people.
How much he owe you?
80 people
That's
here.
that's all we need to know. How much he owe you, bro?
It's gonna be 200. It's not official
yet. He owe
yet.
you 200. So send him 200, bro.
Again,
and that's all we need to.
It's not
Lamar, I told you what he's doing. Okay, Mark, we should put it somewhere else. We're not doing this, Lamar. I'm for real because I want to talk basketball.
Listen. You're right.
I do too.
You're right. Hold on.
Okay, I want to get the money out the way because he owe niggas.
Well, you don't have to get your money on another live. You can't get it here.
He owe niggas money, bro.
Yeah, that's not our problem, Mar. That you got to do that on your own.
My problem. I can't help you get your money. We got the league MVP battle going on, and y'all sitting here crying about.
He owe your ass money. You talking about it's not your problem.
That's just not my problem.
Okay, Mar, we gonna help you get your money, but man, you're not gonna get it by pissing.
Mar ain't breaking me off none of that money. How am I helping get his money? He get my money.
Y'all niggas crazy, bro.
That boy need that money, bro.
Come on, Mar. You know I'm down for you, bro. But come on, brother.
Hold on. I'm gonna put the scoreboard up. Then. Hold on. Let me.
Come on, man. We trying to watch the Lakers, man. We trying to get the basketball. I told you what they did was this. They saw that Lamont. What they did was they saw that he had 1,200 shots, right? So out of those 1,200 shots, 30-some% of them are at the rim. They excluded that. That's the 700 right there. That's how he shot 700 shots. They don't know how to count the math, Lamont. They don't know how to look at stats, man. They're bad at basketball. They're horrible.
And them being bad at basketball is not my problem.
Not my problem.
It's good, Tony. What's going on?
And with that being said, bro, pay your debts, man. Can't be having grown men running around here looking for you for the money you say you're gonna pay them.
Nah, that is crazy.
Pay man his money.
That is nasty.
Mar said he gonna get that money one way or another.
Yeah, Mar, hey, I know, Mar serious about that money, man. Pay that man his money. He pay y'all.
At the end of the day, bro, we talking about $50. I don't need the $50, but I need the $50.
Hey, Mar, I ain't gonna lie, that's the principle.
What are you talking about, bro?
Run that.
We need that 50, Mar. We ain't backing down now. We need it now, but you gonna have to pay up.
That's the whole
I'm gonna put the scoreboard up as soon as the game tip off, y'all. Or we gonna have the live interactive scoreboard up, right? And so, matter of fact, let's just revert it, man. I got it. Let's get Go James Kingdom up here, man. Go James Kingdom. What's good, man? We gotta get back to logical basketball talk, man. What's good, man?
Hold on, wait. Let me get my graph up because
hold on. First off. Inside, put the hardwood graphic back up, man. We got to show the people. Put that hardwood graphic back.
Yeah, put it up, man.
So look, man, we got the Hardwood Authority Show. It's on YouTube. It's on here as well. Just look up the Hardwood Authority Show. You're gonna pop up, see our logo. Catch us on the FYF Sports Network as well. We up there with Goat James Kennedy and them. Catch us here. We do our last episode was the top 20 point guard seasons from the 2000s to the 2020s. So look us up, check us out live every Monday here on my page at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What's your cash out, baby?
See, that's what we do right here. See, we help content creators. We don't make them lose their channel. We help them get their channel. Mm-hmm. Now, hold on, wait, you got to put me back on the big screen tomorrow.
Put the green screen. There
we go. We back at it, ladies and gentlemen. We about to watch some basketball, man.
Go ahead, say it again.
Lakers.
Man, hey,
But you be hating
listen,
on the Lakers, man. Hush.
ladies and gentlemen, there's not too many times in our lifetime we see an
I
MVP
love
battle
the
in front of our
Lakers,
face.
man.
Oh my God, this nigga, man.
Hey Johnny, I got some new I got some info for you that's
Can y'all let Johnny finish with his intro, man? Come on.
Man, I'm trying to get y'all prepared for an MVP battle. Y'all want to talk about Michael Jordan bricking ass, man. We want to talk about Luka and SGA. We want to talk about Luka versus SGA, man. What is wrong with y'all? When was the last time y'all saw two MVP candidates like this go at it to be able to win the MVP?
Oh my God!
Like we about to see probably 2 50-point games right now tonight, ladies and gentlemen. These dudes are going to show up tonight.
Match of the century, man.
This could potentially be one of the best games of the year if the way these two teams are playing. And Johnny is right. We need to start focusing on today's game because we be doing a disservice to these guys, man. When you know, I think the best thing we can do as far as comparing them and dealing with zesties who want to compare them, just talk about them, just talk about what they're doing well, and then I think right now is a good time. Yeah, Johnny is right though. He is right. I'm glad he came around.
Listen, Lamar, you've been all over the place with this show today. Today's show, you've been all over the place, bro. You started off on some rough territory. You was stepping on landmines, right? But it's okay. You was even getting bleep. Well, your bleep was working good. They were making sure to bleep all the words that you weren't supposed to say.
Hold on,
bleeping you. So.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
And then now we finna because this gonna end up being like 8, 9, 10 hours. This is gonna be a pure FYF true live right now. Now that I've included myself, okay. Now again, I don't know what y'all were talking before I got here, but it was King Speech Flow talking, so it couldn't have been that important. So let's get back.
That's what I'm saying.
Real basketball, man. Guys that really got jump shots. Not LeBron James, Kobe, and Mike, who didn't have jump shots. All three of them didn't have no jump shots. They all was breaking in the finals. Lamar, what was Kobe's mid-range shooting in the finals?
Oh my God!
39%. It was 39%.
Yeah, Kobe's mid-range. Yeah, Kobe shot 39% mid-range.
And then if you add him bricking from the 3-point land, it's like 37% jump shots.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Luka don't shoot that bad from mid-range. Luka don't shoot that bad from the 3-pointer. SGA we know SGA definitely don't shoot that bad.
No, that's good.
Y'all want to talk about a brick and arrow, and we got nothing but great basketball.
Brick and
This is
arrow.
why y'all need Go James Kingdom, man.
Nah, man, I feel bad for you, sir. Yesterday's
Let's get Lamar back on the screen, man. Let's get Lamar back on the screen, man.
Oh my God, man!
So we get this scoreboard up here and get this game going, man. So Lamar, how important is this for the Lakers, man? This is important, man. This is an important game.
I think you know what? I think more than Luka MVP, right? I think the Lakers just need to win this game for their own confidence going into the. That's all. I think they win this game. I think I think this game can make or break their confidence. If they win, it's gonna let them know that they for real. Because a lot of people have been saying they fake. So I think they just need to win this for themselves, man. That's it.
Oh, we lose. I can already hear the media. I can already hear him tomorrow. Man, we better at least make it close.
Yeah, how does Luka do tonight? Considering his last 2 games against OKC have been pretty underwhelming. What do y'all think?
He's gonna ball out.
I think Luka's on the next level. If he doesn't care what people are talking about, he's about to go out here and get this W. I think that's what he's thinking about.
Especially with the confidence he has since the fucking.
Look at OG said, "Hey Johnny saved the show."
He's going crazy.
He said, "What you mean by overwhelming?"
Hey, that's why we got A Johnny here, man. Look, man.
Hey, Johnny the man.
Hey, shout out to the GOAT James Bible.
What you mean by overwhelming though?
Well,
hold on, Mark. Now, Mark,
yeah.
did King Speech Bro send that to you yet? Or did you reach out to him on TikTok? He'll respond.
Did you get that?
I thought Herm was a Grizzlies fan. He said,
"Of course he ain't send that." He blessed
and Mara is hilarious because he up here not even to talk basketball.
Hold on, what money?
I want to talk basketball, but he owed me money. So
Mark came to collect. Mark came to collect, man.
I want to get my money.
What was the bet, Mark? What was the bet?
He said that the Portland Trailblazers will have a better record than the Lakers.
He made the same bet with me.
Stupid as hell.
Hold on. Why is he paying you? Why is he paying you? He said he's not paying me.
He said he's not paying you.
No, he's saying because me and him remember that same day, right? Me and him made 2 bets because he bet that I had to go clip the audio because he said he didn't think he made it with me, but he made the same bet with me that the Portland Trailblazers will have a better record than the Lakers, and I also bet him
you tricked his ass into a bet.
I tripped him into the bet. Yeah, that's how you tagged on the bet. That's how you tagged into it.
You like a stripper. Yeah, I got him. I got him, man.
Lamont's a Blazers fan too, right?
I told him that. I said, you do know I'm a Blazer fan. I said, I know when the Blazers are ready more than anybody. I was like, I'm not going to tell you this if I really have confidence in the Blazers, man.
Man, they have this man on 8K recorder making a bet. You can't even say I didn't make the bet. It's on recording.
You should put the what's it called when you get a chance. Hey, y'all make sure to go to Prop GPT before the game starts to put y'all bets in, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Bet. And I was gonna say, put the graph that I got on here. Put the graph. I did send it to you. I don't know if you can take it off.
Where'd you send it? What graph? What graph?
I sent it to you in a text message.
Let me see.
With your Android having behind.
No. What graph? No. You only send me this image, the play-by-play commentary image.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Put that up with the play-by-play when you put
okay, I got you.
Put it there like underneath so people can know that's what we're doing now. So they can,
let me get it
so they can
ready.
not think we over here. We're not talking about people's faith. Somebody's Lord.
So, hey, Johnny.
Hold on. You got it, Johnny. You got to say I was right on that one, man. He's out of body, man. He's out of body.
Listen, man. There's so many topics that are that's so hard to discuss when you're in the limelight of sports. You know what I'm saying? And he definitely touched something that, and he made it worse for himself. That's what I'm gonna say. He made it worse for himself. He didn't help himself. But anyways, hope the young man finds himself. That's all he's trying to do. We all been 24, 23, 25 trying to find ourselves.
That's fact.
That's just let the man, be again that y'all said, he good, he got money. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? So he'll be all right. And if his Lord is the Lord that he claims it is, he'll definitely be fine. He'll definitely be fine. It'll be a blessing, bro. It'll be a blessing. At the end of it, it'll be a blessing.
Hey, Johnny. Just back to your point. Are you saying that Lamont got that
What?
What's that?
The Android.
Oh yeah, he got the Android. Yeah, I don't got an Android. I don't even know what Motorola. I don't even know what that means. See, I got an iPhone. I talk to Siri. Siri talk back.
Hey, Lamont got enough money to get any type of phone he wants. So
yeah. Hey, Minnesota about to lose to Detroit.
I just look at it like I looked at it like PlayStation and Xbox user. Like I'm just never switching over. I'm never switching over, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, lame.
I mean, Lamont probably got so much computers that it don't even matter what phone.
Yeah,
throw them Androids in.
I don't even like MacBooks or tablets. Like I don't even mess. I'll do nothing Apple. No Apple products at all.
What? Not even Apple Watch.
No. You don't even get AirPods?
I got a Galaxy Watch, man. I got the Galaxy. I got everything.
That's trash. Throw that in the garbage.
I don't do nothing Apple, man. Nothing.
Hey, place that watch one more time.
I mean, he got headphones.
No, don't flex it. No, please put it down.
What does Shador do? What does Shador do?
Put the sleeve over it, man.
Don't flex on them like that now, Lamont. Don't flex on them.
Oh no, I could break out the nice ones though. I could do that.
Don't start.
I'm not gonna lie though. The Apple is not the best phones, right? It's, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna say the iPhone is the best phone, but I do like their software, their service. Because I do think Samsung makes the best phones.
Apple rules.
Yeah, but I still, I don't care what y'all tell me. The phone, the features that they have, it's just better. It's easier to navigate through.
Has a folding phone, they're gonna be all over it in 5 years.
They're never gonna do that. That's like Jordan making good sneakers that are recent. Nah, they ain't gonna ever happen. For what? If people gonna buy iPhone no matter what, just gonna buy it. Don't need to make it a folding phone. They're not gonna make no folding phone. It's stupid. All they do is add an extra camera. We were like, we buying it. They took away a camera, we buying it. That's all they be doing. They strip the phone out.
Real quick while we on the phone topic.
That's the sixes again.
That is
the
true.
limbs again.
Real quick while we on the phone topic. The ability for flip phones, when you're mad at someone on the phone, the ability to with precise accuracy slam that flip phone closed, brother. Elite technique. Elite. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but hold on. Remember the newer flip phones wouldn't hang up when you shut it. There was some of the newer ones when you shut it. And it wouldn't hang up.
Still on. No, y'all ain't never been in a situation where you just left somebody on the phone. Like, see, back in the days, you just left the phone down. You just put the phone down and that'll get somebody upset. Even like that. That's how you do it, man. But we about to get this game started, Lamont. Look like Detroit gonna get past Minnesota.
Okay.
I was just watching that game.
Y'all think